Okay, and we are good to go. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jane. Again, welcome 586th meeting of the California Water Board, Central Valley Region. I'm Mark Bradford, the chair of the Central Valley Water Board, and I'll introduce the other members in just a minute. Logistical issues, there's a bathroom out that left door and to the left. People wanting to listen to or watch the meeting online, the board's customary webcast is available. We are receiving presentations and public comments here at the meeting and online through a Zoom meeting platform. If you are here at the meeting and intend to present or comment or think you might be interested in commenting, you should have filled out a speaker comment card, a blue card at the front of the room. If you're online and planning on commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID and password provided by board staff. If you have not already received this information, you can email us now at agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. Again, that email address is agenda followed by the number 5 with no space at waterboards.ca.gov. Include speaker comment in the subject line so we can follow up with you. For those in the Zoom meeting, you will be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. Our meeting host will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you are done speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera turned off. I will now introduce the other board members as follows. On my left here is Nick Ovdis of Sacramento, and Denise Kadera of Allensworth on my right, Alina Lee Reeder, also of Sacramento, and Sean Yang, also of Sacramento. And again, I'm Mark Bradford from Sacramento. And some of us are mourning the Kings loss last night, so have patience with us. State board member Nicole Morgan is participating in the meeting and will give us an update at the board to the board shortly. And I will now introduce Patrick Palupa, who will introduce his staff.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, and welcome to Bakersfield. It's been a little while since we've had the pleasure of meeting down in Bakersfield. I think the last time was about, I want to say 2016, 2017, when we were talking about the oil field general orders. And I will say I am, if you even go around Bakersfield as on your way in, you can see how this town is growing. And certainly the water quality issues we are continuing to pay attention to, and had a wonderful tour yesterday. We thank the folks at Coelho for helping give us a tour of their facilities, their ponds, their recycled water operations out there. So without further ado, my name is Patrick Palupa, Executive Officer of the Central Valley Water Board out of our board's Rancho Cordova office. To my immediate right is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer, also out of our board's Rancho Cordova office. And to his right is Clint Snyder, who runs our Redding office. This is probably the first time in many, many years where I am not introducing Clay Rogers, who passed away quite recently and was the Assistant Executive Officer who ran our Fresno office. And I know just wanted to point out to folks that we are working with the California State Senate to have a resolution in Clay's honor presented at the June 22nd, 23rd board meeting. Certainly any comments are welcome today, but we will also provide a forum at that board meeting should anybody want to say anything kind about Clay and his legacy. Immediately across from me, we have the board's legal team. From my left to right is Chris Moskal, Jessica Yar, and Kennedy Knight. We also have Mindy Maxwell sitting in front of the board. Very, very grateful to her and Bob Chow, who's all the way in the back there in the red shirt, for orchestrating a roadshow for the board. It's quite an endeavor to take us out of our regular office and meet this far away, but it's something that I know the board has been very interested in for many years. We were about to do this right before the pandemic hit, and so we're finally making good on a promise that we made in early 2020. With that, I will turn it back to you, Chair Bradford.
Thanks, Patrick. Now I'm going to ask Sean to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, moving on to agenda item 2. Are there any communications from the board members since the last board meeting? No.
Well, can we comment about the oil tour? Okay. Good morning. Just want to share the oil tour yesterday that I had with other agencies in our board and our staff. I thought that was very phenomenal in terms of the history of the oil field and how the groundwater has been pumped up and how it processed to be used for irrigation for the farms. And finding out that Bakersfield only used groundwater to irrigate farmlands, I thought that was phenomenal, how the city does it. And then also the fact that those irrigation water are owned by individuals, not big companies, as far as my understanding was. So with that, that gives me a better idea of what's going on here in Bakersfield, and definitely that will help me making decision in the future. So thank you for doing that, Patrick, and all the ones that coordinated that oil tour. And thank you to Alex and the other gentleman that presented, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, presented that presentation in depth. So really appreciate it. I enjoyed it thoroughly. So thank you.
Okay, I have something to report out. On February 27th, we met with environmental groups regarding the nitrate control program.
Okay, the mic is on. Good morning, everyone, and I'm really sorry for the lateness. It's the second time I've had a meeting in Bakersfield, and the last time I was way on the other side of town. So today I just went around in circles, hoping the train would move so I could find a parking space, and I eventually did. So I'm glad to be here, and thank you guys for being understanding. This morning, my initial comments will be in honor of Clay Rogers, the Assistant Executive Officer for the Fresno office, who I had the pleasure to work with since 2014. He was very dedicated and devoted to his work and to his staff and to the Fresno office. So I'd like to just extend my heartfelt condolences to his wife and family, and to our Fresno office and all of our 3 offices that had a strong relationship with him and the quality of work that he did. And we'll miss him. And if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is just have a moment of silence for him. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to just proceed with my activities. As many of you know, Allensworth has been under flood alert, and we still are as of today. Since March 11th, it's been a horrendous situation for the community, severe stress. But the community came into survival mode, and we set up our command center. We brought out equipment and did what we could to kind of shore up some of the levees where water was coming into the community to help protect us from flooding. So we are still under that alert as of this moment, but I'm hopeful that things will move forward and Allensworth will not get flooded, as I would hope the same for many other populated areas that are in the way of the pathway of the flooding. Also, March 15th, I was appointed into the Integrated Climate Adaptation Resiliency Program Technical Advisory Council. I participated in my first meeting on April 14th, and of course, one of the items for climate change is flooding, and that was also a part of this discussion for that meeting. On Friday, April 21st, I was invited to the White House to be in the Rose Garden and witness the President Biden signing the executive order for environmental justice. It was an awesome experience to have that, but also to be there as he spoke about environmental justice. We did have an opportunity to speak with some policymakers from the Environmental Protection Agency and a number of other agencies, and we were able to give our pitch for stormwater system, stormwater management for Southwest Tulare County. So I'm hopeful that those contacts will see its way here to provide the much needed support for Southwest Tulare County in the flooding situation. Also, on this past Tuesday, we had the honor of Governor Newsom, Karen Nemeth, the Director of Water Resources, State Water Board, Joaquin Esquivel, State Park Director Armando Quintero. They all came out to Allensworth, and they were touring the flooded areas of our region. So it was, again, another opportunity to express the need for stormwater system for our area that's in the Tulare Lake area. We're on the shoreline, but that's not the bed, but being in the pathway of that, many communities are still affected. And then the last item was, of course, the tour that we had yesterday, and we really do appreciate Alex and the staff and all of those that organized the tour. And like Sean mentioned, it was a good historical information. I'd been on a tour before, but had not gotten that portion of it from the historical perspective. So it was a great tour, appreciate it, and appreciate the work that went into it on behalf of all the staff. Thank you both thank you all very much.
Thank you, Denise. Yeah, I'll reiterate the comments about Clay. I didn't know him all that long, but he was a geologist for sure, and just a really solid part of the management team. So he will be sorely missed. Since our last meeting, I've had a few phone calls. One was with what's called the Salty 5 group, having to do with CV salts. We discussed desal water and how to blend that and distribute it using existing canals. Needs to be some funding for that, so there was a pretty spirited discussion on that topic. On the 6th of March, I was on a call with the chairs of the other regions, and DWQ, Department of Water Quality, really kind of spearheaded that meeting and talked a lot about drinking water needs assessments and risk management and accounting issues having to do with some of the failing water systems in our state. And then my last item was the chair's call on April 3rd, where we talked, this is where we talked about the safer drinking water needs assessment and cost and affordability of repairing some of these systems. And of course, that's when we started talking about these emergencies in the Tulare Lake Basin and also San Joaquin Lake Basin. So that was it on my end. Is there anything else, any board member? No? Okay. Well, at this time, we're going to have agenda item 3, and Nicole Morgan will give us an update from the State Board.
Okay, I guess I'm on. So good morning, Chair Bradford and members of the board. I am very grateful to be able to join you here in person today. So a couple of updates. So on March 24th, Governor Newsom eased drought restrictions. And so the governor's order terminates or rescinds the state board's authority to reestablish the level 2 requirement. However, this provision of the regulation adopted by the board, the State Water Board, in May 2022 is still in effect until the board rescinds it. In addition, the board is now evaluating whether we will rescind or modify the emergency regulations. Even if the board does not, it will still expire in June. So in the meantime, the board does not expect water suppliers to stay at level 2 of the water shortage contingency plans if they determine it is not needed based on local conditions. Additionally, the board will not initiate enforcement actions against any supplier moving off of level 2. This also rescinds requests for 15% conservation. So I just want to note, the board is working towards long-term conservation efforts, and that's been an ongoing effort. So we have our water use efficiency regulations. On March 22nd, the state board held a workshop on these, and staff plan to release a draft in May. And so previously I have provided you the conservation percentages for each of the different regions. We're now moving away from that with the governor's order. And we're looking at just revamping and taking a look at just the hydrology and the climate as we move forward, because we are in California. It is going to be hotter, drier. We're going to have these major storm events as we have this past winter. And so we're just revamping that and taking a look at the future and how just what is happening with our climate as we move forward. And so that report is being adjusted, and so I'll be reporting out just slightly differently from now forward. Also, so the 2024 California Integrated Report is underway. At the March 21st State Board meeting, staff held a hearing to receive oral arguments on the 303D list. And so, Region 5 does have a small piece of that. You guys were in the last cycle, so you're off cycle this time around. In addition, staff are working on on-site wastewater treatment systems policy. So we actually, at April 18th State Board meeting, staff held a workshop to present information, answer questions about the proposed amendments to this policy and conditional waiver renewal. And so that there is also moving forward. Let's see, the water quality enforcement policy, another policy that is used by the region. On April 18th, the State Board held a public hearing to receive written and oral comments relevant to the proposed amendments. Those written comments are due no later than April 28th at 12 o'clock noon. So switching subjects, moving over to drinking water and our funding program. So previously I had reported that staff were working on an expedited grant, drinking water grant program, which would expedite the funding to small disadvantaged communities, meeting the requirements of the program. So staff have already brought that back to the State Board for adoption, and that occurred at our March 8th board meeting. So that moved a lot quicker than we had originally anticipated. So that's good news. That program is now in place. So just a couple of other items. And so let's see, there was the California Tribal Water Summit on April 11th through 13th. Secretary Yana Garcia and board member Laurel Firestone spoke at this year's summit, coordinated by the Department of Water Resources and Tribal Water Summit Planning Committee. The summit convened tribal, state, federal leaders to discuss water issues and strategies towards watershed resilience in California's sacred waters. And discussions will be incorporated into the 2023 California Water Plan update. On May 4th, State Board Chair Esquivel will attend the quarterly Cal EPA Tribal Liaison and Tribal Advisory Committee meeting. So another program under funding our SCAP program, on April 18th, State Board adopted a comprehensive project and funding project list for the site cleanup sub-account program. So this is something a little different than we have done in the past. For other programs, our clean water and our drinking water SRFs, those come to the board annually, and we adopt a fundable list. We had not done that for the SCAP program. So that's something moving forward. This is the first year that we've done it. Staff revised the requirements, the scoring requirements, to make sure that we are taking into account disadvantaged communities and equity And so we did adopt a fundable list moving forward with some discretion for those projects that are within the queue, but then also projects that may not fit our, I want to say, our everyday definition of a disadvantaged community, but where the applicant could come in and show that there is benefits. So that is going to be an annual process that will come back to the State Water Board for consideration each year moving forward. For our Prop 1 groundwater grant program guidelines, on May 2nd, the State Board will consider adoption of the draft guidelines. Written comments for this item are due no later than noon on April 25th. Other drinking water updates, April 15th, Orange County completed their largest wastewater recycling purification system. So the board did provide so the board provided significant funding to that program. Just wanted to mention it. It's outside the region, but it would be such a large project here in California, just showing, in California, we are leaders and we're continuing to move forward and continue to fund projects to continue, investing in water resiliency. Under our SAFER program on May 2nd, staff will hold a public webinar to provide an opportunity for stakeholders to review and discuss the results of the 2023 Drinking Water Needs Assessment. The SAFER Advisory Committee group will meet on May 24th. Also, staff will hold a public webinar workshop to provide opportunity for stakeholders to provide comments toward the enhancement of the administrative policy handbook. So this is another important policy that we are continuing to receive comments on annually and provide updates to make sure that we are able to provide small systems the need that they have. This is an ongoing process, always looking to improve our processes and do better. Statewide nutrient management on May 18th, the State Board will hold a public workshop to present information on the impact of nutrient discharges on inland and ocean waters and activities underway to plan to address nutrients. So just an FYI, our next State Water Board meeting on May 16th and 17th will be in Imperial, California. We will be there for the Salton Sea Management Program. And so we will be we'll be holding a workshop while we're there to receive information and solicit public input regarding the status of California's Natural Resource Agency's Phase 1 of the Salton Sea Management Program, including the development of their long-range plan. So a lot going on. So, within the region, within the state, and, nearby. So with that, if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
I did not have a question, State Board Member Morgan, but just a comment on your presentation and mentioning of the drinking water program that the State Board recently approved of, the needs assessment that is going to be coming forward soon, of course, a SAFER program. This is, it's enlightening to hear these programs that are happening within the state, because they impact many of the vulnerable communities, and the fact that there is actually programming and actions that are going forward to address those needs, I think is critical. I mean, I'm reminded of the fact that the Water Quality Coordinating Committee a couple of years ago, where I spoke about the need to go forward in the next 50 years as we address Clean Water Act and water quality, that we really focus on the communities that are most vulnerable. And so I think part of what your presentation today is an indication that we're moving in that direction. So I'm grateful to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing a lot of great information. It's very exciting. Some of the stuff that stood out to me is the drinking water program. That's great. I think that, with the emergency of flood and other stuff, I think it's much needed. And I think that will have an impact on homelessness as well. I have a question for you. You touch up on the emergency events such as drought and flood, in particular this past winter. I live in South Sac, and about 5 minutes from me, which is Elk Grove, we have a major flood on 99. And in that area, I think the unfortunate event cost, I think, 4 lives. And I wonder, you mentioned conservation of water, but also I want to know, is the particular strategy as far as draining those waters so that we don't have a reoccurred disaster? Is that you can share? Can you share a timetable and maybe a strategy to prevent that going forward?
Well, so, not to just speak of that particular one occurrence, and just in general, the Water Board is continuing to work with our sister agencies, such as the Department of Water Resources, and also local agencies. And so that as we continue to move forward, we do build resiliency in all of our systems, our drinking water, our wastewater, our stormwater programs, and that would include flood. And so, that's also the water resiliency portfolio lists several different actions for us as a state and the different state agencies to take. So as we continue to move forward, we do take into account these different, these new, I'm going to say new extremes, but this is California. We've had droughts in the past. We're going to continue, and we're going to continue to have frequent, I don't want to say frequent, but more wetter winters. And so as we move forward, it's important for us to continue to collaborate with other agencies to implement the projects that are necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate your presentation. I did want to mention we're short one board member here that's usually at these meetings, and she is from Bakersfield. That's Raji Brar. And I just want to acknowledge her service to the board. She was a great member, and she has been elected to the CSU, appointed rather, to the CSU Board of Trustees. She's a product of CSU Bakersfield, so she has a passion for that position. And, our loss is their gain, for sure. She was a valuable member of this board, so just wanted to acknowledge her.
She might be buying in just a few minutes, actually.
Oh, well.
Part of the
We could wait and embarrass her then.
part of the parking problem that you have is the fact that she's packing the house next door by giving the keynote speech at the little convention that's over there.
Okay.
So if you have a tough time parking, you can
It's her
razz
fault.
her a little bit for that.
Okay, well, Denise will have a few words with her, maybe.
But hopefully
Okay.
she'll stop by in just a
Good.
few
Yeah,
minutes.
it'd be good to see her. All right, agenda item 4 is the public forum. If you are a person in the meeting and have not submitted a speaker card yet, please fill out the blue card at the table in the front of the meeting room. Mindy, has anyone submitted a request to speak on any topic that's not on the agenda?
Yes, we have Joanne Kipps on the line who wishes to speak.
Okay, Joanne.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, members of the board. Good morning, Mr. Palupa. I come here once again to request that the regional board take enforcement against E&J Gallo Winery for discharging wastewater to land near the Fresno airport in a manner that has caused pollution in the groundwater for nitrate that is so severe that it has caused the city of Fresno to suspend or discontinue use of certain municipal drinking water wells down gradient of the plume. The issue is, I think, the groundwater nitrate concentration is going up and up and up, in part, I believe, due to the initiation of treatment that Gallo has made at the Fresno winery, to its credit. However, by removing the BOD from the wastewater, they're using lots of ammonia to adjust for the pH. And when you discharge this during the crush or August, September, November, when the ground is not growing a crop, it doesn't look like it's growing a crop, then you're applying ammonia and nitrate in nitrogen in a form that's readily available for the plant. Now, if the plant is not going to take it up, it's going to go to groundwater. And so we're seeing the groundwater nitrate climb up and up. And the Fresno office issued Gallo a notice of violation in October, indicating that staff was going to work on a cease and desist order for Gallo. And the NOV required a couple of things. I won't go into them, but Gallo's response was basically, no, we're not going to do this. We don't think we're causing a problem. Anything that's in the groundwater that's a problem is because of the old ways that we were doing the discharge. It's not because of the new ways. And this is not acceptable. The board does not have the staff resources to nitpick this consultant's model and the assumptions that that it's based on. And I asked the board to consider asking Gallo to retain a third-party independent specialist to look at the model, look at the data, and get back to the board to say, no, this is not a sustainable discharge, and actually the board should prohibit discharge, period. So that's my request. I hope that the board is, the Fresno office is able to continue work on this effort, because this discharge is affecting the drinking water of one of the largest municipalities in the region. So if the board is not willing to protect the resource of city of Fresno, then I don't know, maybe the state board should step in. So we're at an impasse. I mean, something needs to happen. And I ask that the board take action on this discharger. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
No questions, but I would just like to thank you for your comments and expressing your concern.
And we will certainly forward these comments along to the board's prosecution team in the Fresno office for their consideration. I can't speak to the exact details of the cease and desist order, again, because I would be on the board's advisory team should that order be brought before the board, but your comments will certainly be forwarded. I know there's a lot of transitions happening in the Fresno office in the wake of Clay's passing, so to the extent that there's a delay in reviewing some of that, I think that's a bit understandable.
Yeah, thank you, Joanne, and thanks, Patrick. Okay, agenda item 5 is the executive officer's report. Prior to each meeting, the executive officer works with the executive assistant and the board's program managers to compile a report on the status of the board's programs, its staffing, and many different initiatives the board is working on. If you are a person in the meeting and have not submitted a speaker card yet, please fill out a blue card table in the front of the room. And at this time, the executive officer is available to take questions on this report, and usually Patrick has a little summary they'd like to give us.
No, and a tremendous amount of work is still continuing to go on at the board. I think, at this point, we are continuing to adapt to a hybrid work environment at the board. And I think one of the things that we, as a management team, have been working on, many of our supervisors and managers have been going to various trainings about adapting to a hybrid work environment. But I think there's still a lot of challenges in making sure that we operate not just as efficiently as we did prior to the pandemic, but with the same amount of impact that we did prior to the pandemic. And so I think that, throughout all of this, there's a number of enforcement actions that you'll see here. I recently just signed a couple fairly significant stormwater settlements, $80,000 for one, I think it was about $140,000 for another. So the work is ongoing, but I think all of the managers throughout the region are working to adapt to the new hybrid work environment. And I think have taken enough strides in this hybrid environment to kind of understand and adapt and adjust. And frankly, getting some direction from Cal EPA to revisit that and then to see where we are as an organization and potentially increase in office days, increase other things as we work to make sure that our productivity remains high. There's also a lot of kind of on the operational side, a lot's been going on. The Rancho Cordova office is working on an office consolidation to reduce our footprint. And so we're going to have some construction work associated with that. We also have almost the opposite in Reading underway. We're going to be reorganizing the office a little bit in terms of its physical space to put everybody on the upper floor. That project is well underway. And then the Fresno office, we're continuing to work with the team to make sure that that office is secure as we move forward. I know there's been some maintenance issues. So a lot of the stuff that we've been doing, in addition to kind of the regular work of the board, closing cases, reviewing case files, prosecuting cases, has been on the administrative side. I really want to thank, certainly Mindy's here, but Kelly Garver and her team have been wonderful in managing all the changes that the managers have been having as we move through. Seen a lot of retirements, a lot of people coming and going at the board. As we kind of work through a new paradigm for most folks, I think that's always a little bit of a challenge. But really, and certainly adapting to Clay's absence and going to be re-advertising that position very soon is certainly a big milestone as well. But if you have any questions as to the actual details of this board, executive officer report, let me know.
Patrick, I continue to appreciate the restructuring of the report. Reading through it again, having everything lined up by program, you can follow along, and it makes perfect sense. And for a common person, it's a lot more readable. I only have one comment, and this is on page 25 with the confined animal facility, where we have notice of violators that have not done the annual filing, as well as those from the Fresno office that are non-filers. I saw where for the Fresno office, they were looking into ways to deal with enforcement of that. So just curious what is happening with the violators, notice of violations, and the non-filers. How are we processing and handling the non-compliance?
Well, I will say, I'm not saying that's taken a backseat, but it kind of has to a little bit. We don't have a very big dairy unit. It's about 4 people in the Fresno office. They regulate about 800 or so facilities, and there's another 500 or so regulated out of the Rancho Cordova office. So it's a very small team. Recently, really, they've been adapting to the flooding and regularly checking satellite imagery of the zone that has been flooded. There's about a couple dozen dairies that have flooded, and some of them the water has receded, and so they've repopulated the dairy. But really, a lot of what we've been doing recently is trying to keep track of where the cows are going, what dairies are shutting down, and things of that nature with the impending flooding. In terms of the non-compliant facilities, I think they are a high priority for both, for the dairy program and for the nitrate control program. We found that a lot of the non-compliant facilities, and there's really just a handful of them, are the same folks that aren't paying into the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program. So they're a lot of them are kind of closed facilities where they're trying to hang on to the WDRs and maybe reopen the facility or sell the facility or something like that. We found many of them, they don't have any cows there. They're still paying their fee, which is fairly low for all facilities. So there's some economic benefit to trying to keep that permit active. But I think a lot of those non-compliant facilities, we're going to be looking to close out the permit if they're not reporting and if they don't have any cows on the facility. So that's all in the context of the state board still. It's been a little over 10 years now, but they're still working on the dairy petition, and that's certainly something that we're going to be pivoting to in the very near future. But that's the dairy program.
Okay. And then following up on that, since you did mention the flooding, I've been hearing quite a bit about the problems with flooding and the dairies and nitrates. And so is there any comforting information you can share with us regarding that flooding and the nitrates and
Absolutely.
Any impacts to the surface water and to the vulnerable communities?
Absolutely. So we've had our team looking a lot at nutrients and dairies, in particular, due to the flooding. And the comforting information, it's kind of two sides of the same coin, I suppose. But the comforting information is the dairies, because the volume of water, as you well know, is so unbelievably high. We're not seeing nitrate exceedances in floodwaters. We would not expect to see nitrate exceedances in floodwaters. That's the good news. Nitrate really, really is a groundwater issue, a drinking water issue for facilities dependent on groundwater. The other side of the coin is we're certainly seeing drinking water facilities be threatened, groundwater wells be threatened by inundation, by floodwaters. And so we're working with DDW, we're working with Governor's Office of Emergency Services to identify those facilities that potentially have water quality contamination issues due to floodwater. And sometimes it's as simple as when the floodwaters go down, you make sure that you purge the well, you disinfect the well before you start using it again. The bacteria load in those floodwaters is high, but it's not necessarily due to dairies. It's kind of everything in those floodwaters, a lot of debris carried down. We're coordinating with other agencies that are looking at those floodwaters and saying, you know, there's a decently high nutrient load carried, not just from, you know, fertilizer interacting with surface and dairies, but also from burn scars. Certainly when there's erosion from wildfires, you're going to get a huge nitrogen and phosphorus load coming down, which can feed things like harmful algal blooms, bacteria contamination turns into an issue. You know, it's a whole host of issues that we're continuing to coordinate with primarily Office of Emergency Services. CAL FIRE has stood up in a fairly big way. You know, some people are scratching CAL FIRE, what are they doing there? Frankly, they've got the infrastructure and the expertise to manage these. So they're kind of working hand in glove with the Office of Emergency Services to try and manage some of the issues. And they tap our expertise for water quality concerns. We've also been working with, you know, I think there's about a dozen, maybe close to 2 dozen wastewater treatment facilities that are at threat from inundation. You know, it can be relatively minor if a corner of their spray field is wet for a little while. That's not a big deal. If their facility gets inundated, that's a very different story. So we're tracking those. No crises thus far, but again, we're trying to stay on top of a whole host of issues. Last but not least, it's kind of in the adjacent county, in Kings County, we've been working a lot with Office of Emergency Services, DWR, State Board, on the Tulare composting, formerly known as Westlake Farms, making sure that Class B biosolids that they process at that facility, that doesn't get flooded. And I think honestly, it's in everybody's interest. Everybody's kind of pulling together to make sure that that facility doesn't flood, because the Class B biosolids do have a human bacterial residual. I think LA San has been taking Herculean efforts to try and make sure that there's no Class B biosolids at risk in that area. You know, and the agricultural community has come together to help out a bit in shoring up those levees, because they don't want that hitting their lands either. And certainly there's a lot of lands in that vicinity that have received Class A biosolids, which are, as far as the board's concerned, as safe as fertilizer. That's not a human health issue, even if those lands flood, because all the bacteria has been kind of exterminated through the composting process at that facility. So that's kind of a thumbnail sketch of a lot of the issues that we're tracking. You know, I really got to hand it to the folks in the Fresno office. A lot of these issues are not issues we'd be issuing permits to, like Sean, you talked about the flooding. That's actually primarily the duty of flood control agencies, not the state board or the regional board. But since we're in a kind of weird territory where you know, this hasn't happened in recent memory, and certainly hasn't happened in this scale in recent memory, they're tapping. Call goes out. Who's a water quality expert that can help answer some questions? So Scott Hatton, who's here in the audience, and Dale Harvey and their folks have been stepping up in a big way to say, well, it's not exactly kind of what we would do from a waste discharge permitting angle, but here's our thoughts on potential risks. So that's a long way of answering a lot of questions that are about water quality that are happening in this area. Certainly open to more discussions if you're interested. It's occupying a lot of my time these
Yeah,
days.
thank you very much. I do appreciate you sharing that. Like I said, I've had inquiries about that, so you giving that detailed assessment, I think, will answer some of those questions.
Yeah, and thankfully we've been talking a lot with environmental justice groups as well, and I think they understand the issues pretty well too. The focus has to be on groundwater. It has to, even when the floodwaters recede, drought is going to come back to continue to focus on our efforts at nitrate reduction. So long-term, we can make sure that those wells are sustained.
Thank you very much for your, thank you.
Nishan.
I just want to touch on the facility renovations, particularly the boardrooms and technology. As we all know, that the pandemic has shaped our way of working, perhaps forever, and it may not get back to where it was. So I know that we don't do this type of renovations all the time. Could be decades before we do it, the next one. So I know that we have done hybrid meetings, virtual meetings, hybrid meeting in person and virtual in combinations. And I want to extend to also the staff, working from home as well. And I thought that it's actually a great idea, given the fact that our region is a really big region. And I know that, guys who works in different facility like Reddings or Fresno or even here, travel to other location. And I just wanted to see if we are planning to implement the technology inside the boardroom and also anywhere else that we could do more virtual or hybrid type of meetings where sometimes it's not necessary to travel to be there in person, and have that technology upgrade to be very effective going forward. And I'm just curious what that looks like, if that's in plan. If not, maybe that's a consideration. Patrick?
I have fantastic news for you.
Okay, great. Let's hear it.
Also, I think Raji is. Hey, there you are. So I'm going to wrap this up real quick because we have our celebrity has made her appearance. There was just music to my ears coming from the boardroom for these past couple weeks. It has been drills and hammering and all the things that needs to be done to rip out the about 23-year-old equipment from that room and replace it with the gear that we need to have our board meetings back in our Rancho Cordova office. I really want to extend my gratitude to State Board for helping making it happen. TVs are bigger, sharper, higher definition, good microphones, and most importantly, the server banks to support the Zoom format, which kind of wiped us out last time. Starting in June, I think they're done with the hardware updates. They're going to be working on programming. The State Board's IT department, they've got a team that's been working nonstop, coordinating with Bob, really making it happen. So I think we should be up and running with a fully integrated, 21st century boardroom very, very soon in time for the June board meeting. And I do think that allows us to do the hybrid options as we see before. I'd also note that, the California legislature is currently debating on what we operate under Bagley-Keene. So they've been working on tweaking the Bagley-Keene rules and talking with a lot of folks about, what does it mean? We're currently operating under a temporary kind of relief from the Bagley-Keene requirements that allow us to do some things through hybrid that we weren't able to do before. And so now we're kind of, they're still debating on, how much in person, how much not in person. So again, I think in June we'll be back to our old format.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Any comments? Thank you, Patrick. I really appreciate the update on the flood stuff. I know there's a lot more issues evolving as Tulare Lake is filling up with warm water over the summer months and harmful algal blooms and birds being attracted and so on. So appreciate all your work on that. And before we get off this agenda item and say hello to Raji, Mindy, are there any interested persons who'd like to speak on this item?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you.
Let's bring Raji up.
Well, welcome, Raji. I know you might already be winded from your presentation, but we'd like to hear from you if we can.
Yeah. Well, hello, everyone. It
You're
is,
supposed to be up here. not
I
there.
know,
What's going
this
on
is
here?
like very bittersweet, and I feel bad that my back is to everybody as I'm talking. We talked about coming to Kern County for so many years, and it's so awesome that you're here in Bakersfield, in my hometown, but it's also sad that I can't be over there with you. But I just wanted to take a few minutes and obviously say welcome to everyone. Welcome to Bakersfield. Thank you for caring to come to Kern County. And I wanted to say my goodbyes and my thank yous because this board I've been a part of, I think, for 6 years at this point. And I've learned so much on this water board. Professionally, I've learned from my fellow board members, the team at the State Water Board, at Central Valley Regional Board. You guys are the best of the best. And I know I've said this many times before, but I've never been on a board quite as accomplished and folks that care so passionately about what they do for a living. And being on this water board, I saw that. I mean, it was like, this is what folks care about. They don't just turn it off when they go home. And for me, that was very eye-opening. I'm hoping Dr. Longley is watching somewhere. I know he is. I can't even underestimate, I can't say enough what Dr. Longley has done for me. It's been just such an honor to learn from him. He's amazing. And as is everybody on this board and our staff. And obviously this month has been crazy. Clay Rogers, just a great human being. Still grappling with that, but I was talking to Patrick yesterday. You guys were at Chevron, and I remember being at Chevron a few years back with Clay and Dr. Longley and walking the oil fields and learning everything. And I just want to say to everyone here, thank you so much for being welcoming to me and teaching me, quite frankly, because this is a lot. It's very intensive, everything the Water Board does. A lot of time and effort goes into it. And to everyone who's listening, who's a constituent, who is affected by the rules and regulations of the Water Board, I just want you to know that this board does not take any matter lightly and looks at all angles. And I have so much tremendous respect for everybody involved. Thank you for all you do. And thank you for being with me for the last 6 years and helping me grow as a person. I will definitely miss you all. I might not miss being here for 9 hours, but definitely will miss you all. And thank you for giving me a few minutes to say a few words to you all. Thank you.
Absolutely. And certainly, the board members can comment publicly, but I also recommend taking a 5-minute recess after this. Talk to Raji for a second.
Well, I'll comment. You missed my little tribute to you, Raji, so I'll repeat it. Congratulations on moving over to CSU Board of Trustees. I mean, you richly deserve that. And I mentioned you're a product of CSU Bakersfield, so it's a position I'm sure you'll have a lot of passion for. And I want to thank you. You always brought great energy and some insight to this board during our meetings. And I'm sure of all the things you're going to miss, it won't be the drive from here to Sacramento or Redding. So here we are, and you're not, but that's okay. We had dinner last night in one of the pubs and watched some basketball, but next time down, you owe us dinner still, I believe. Okay, just so we're on the record for that. So thanks again, Raji. We'll talk later.
Oh, Raji, it's amazing to, like I said, to see you sit there versus being up here. But I remember when you came on board, and Carmen, you and myself, we had a lot of laughs, but we also had some great experiences and working together for the board. So congratulations to you on your new appointment. I'm sure you'll do well as you did with us on the board. And we just appreciated the experience that you brought to the board and the energy, as Mark mentioned, and the wonderful support. And we're going to miss you serving, but hopefully we will be able to come back down here and you'll stop in and see us. Thank you so much for your service.
Mark, can I add on to that? Oh, good morning, Raji. Thank you for coming in. We were joking around about you were gonna cook for us when we come down here. But nevertheless, I congratulate you. This case is one door closed, another open. And you and I and our family have similar background as far as, recent immigrant to this country. And we have small business on the side and we serve the community. And in that sense, I think, we have similar passion and willingness to help out because this country has provided us great opportunities. And this is one way of giving back. That's how I see it. And I just want to warn you that, school board, as I'm also on school board, Elk Grove Unified School District, the largest school district in Northern California, it's not as quiet as this chamber when you have meetings. You could have full room of parents and other folks that could be very emotional on very sensitive topics and so forth. I do not want to scare you, but just want to prep you up. So good luck. I know you do great because your heart is in the right place. So congratulations and thank you for your service.
All right, Raji, nice to see you. Congratulations again. To quote Joe Biden, that's a big deal. I think there was an expletive in there that I'll spare the crowd from, but the congratulations. I kind of echo Sean's comments relative to your background. I mean, this country is a promise to immigrants, and your promise fulfilled. And I commend you and your family for your accomplishments. And it was a real privilege being to serve with you on this board. We didn't really get a chance to know each other. Certainly I was appointed during COVID, so I got to see you on the screen, but I always appreciated all the energy, and I could tell you were somebody special, and then we're going places. And so again, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to get to know you even a little bit, and good luck.
Hi, Raji. Thank you for popping in. I miss you, and I just want to say congratulations. I'm super, super happy for you, but also really sad because you were the one who showed me around when I first started, and naturally, women gravitate towards other women, and I will miss that support network. I still have Denise here, but I wish you the best in all your endeavors, and I know I'll see you at the next rally. So, thanks for popping by.
Yeah, thanks again, Raji. And I think with that, we will take Patrick's advice and take let's say a 5-minute, 10-minute break. Let's be real. Okay, 10 minutes, thanks. But
I know.
We are back in session. So agenda item 6 is consideration of minutes from the prior board meeting, which was in February. Are there any edits or corrections to the February minutes?
I'll move approval of the minutes.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Mindy, please call the roll.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdus,
Yes.
and Chair Bradford.
Yes. Thanks, Mindy. At this time, this is agenda item 7. It's the time and place for a public hearing to consider uncontested items 16 through 19, including agenda items 9, 12, 13, and 14. If you're in person at the meeting and wish to comment and have not submitted the speaker request, as I've mentioned, fill out a blue card up at the front of the meeting room. Mindy, has anyone submitted a request to comment on any of the uncontested items?
Yes, first we have Marcus Yasutake representing the city of Folsom, who is in person today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bradford, members of the board. Marcus Yasutake. I am the Environmental and Water Resources Director for the City of Folsom. Just wanted to take a moment to say on behalf of the city, we do appreciate this item being on the agenda, and we fully support a rescission of the WDR if you so choose to do so. And secondly, I just wanted to tell you all in person and thank your staff in the Rancho Cordova office, who I've had an opportunity to work with since 2012 on this project. So Brad Shelton and Jared Ramsey Lewis on helping getting the WDR rescission documentation prepared, and especially my thanks to Todd Del Frady, who I met in 2012 and have worked kind of hand in hand for the last 10 years to get where we are today. So again, we support the recommendation to rescind the WDR and truly appreciate the time and effort of your Rancho Cordova staff. And then if, I'm not quite sure if Brown and Caldwell is on the line, but their Rancho Cordova staff as well for helping us get through this process in the last 12 years or so. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have Greg Fletcher and Michael Apgar participating by Zoom, representing Reynolds Consumer Products. They indicated they are available to answer questions and will raise their hand if they wish to speak. We also have Jared Purdy, Clark Burton, Patrick Mitchell, and Vaughn Fry, representing Homestake Mining, participating by Zoom, indicated they will raise their hand if they wish to speak. Last, we have Michael Garabedian with Placer County Now, would like to speak on item 17B.
Is Mr. Garabedian on the Zoom call?
He is not, Patrick.
Has he called in or?
No, he has not, sorry.
Okay.
So Mr. Garabedian did submit comments to the board this morning on one of the items in front of the board today. I would recommend not accepting those comments into the record. They were received after the public comment period closed, and then proceeding with the vote on, if the board so chooses, then proceeding the vote on 16 through 19, 9, 12, 13, and 14.
Yeah, I'll make that motion on the uncontested items and also excluding the late letter from the public record.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
We do have some late revisions.
Oh, right, we got late revisions. On agenda item 12.
Yes, we have late revisions on item 12, 14, 16B, and 17A. These were generally just clarifications, fixing typos, and making the permits read more clearly.
Right, yeah, I read those amendments and didn't have any other comments on those, mostly typographical errors and a couple clarifications.
Yeah, to clarify my motion, it includes those late revisions.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I think we can take a vote on these on the uncontested calendar.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Vice Chair Avedis,
Yes.
and Chair Bradford.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, now we have an information item for agenda item 8. It's irrigated lands groundwater protection targets. At this time, we'll hear an update on the development and current progress toward groundwater protection targets. It's an information item only, and no action will be taken, though the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. If you are in person at the meeting and have not submitted a card, you know what to do by now. Following the presentations, the board will hear comments from an environmental justice panel and an agricultural panel. Each panel will be given 15 minutes for comments and presentation. Interested persons will then be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. So with that, please introduce yourself.
All right. Do you have my presentation page? Give me just a minute, we'll pull up the presentation.
Is your microphone on? Couldn't tell. Oh yeah, okay, you're good.
Coming through?
Yep.
Hey, Gene, are we pulling up the presentation?
Yes, here we go.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Bradford and members of the board. My name is Eric Warren. I am a senior water resource control engineer out of our Fresno office. And here today with Sue McConnell, the program manager for the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, and Brian Rock, the staff lead, to provide an update on the development of groundwater protection targets. Next slide, please. I will start with an overview of the groundwater protection process, describe its 3 phases, touch briefly on how it fits in with the broader CV Salt's nitrate control program, and discuss public comments received from stakeholders. There will also be statements provided by Dr. Thomas Harder of UC Davis and Central Valley Agricultural Coalition representatives to provide additional information about the groundwater protection target development. Next slide, please. In February of 2018, the State Water Board issued revisions to the Eastern San Joaquin River Watershed General Order. One of the new requirements was the development of a groundwater protection formula and calculation of values and targets for townships within groundwater quality management plan areas. The intent of these changes were to establish target loading rates necessary for growers to achieve compliance with receiving water limitations. Next slide, please. The first phase of the groundwater protection process is development of a methodology or formula for estimating the current nitrogen load to groundwater from irrigated agricultural lands. In 2021, the coalitions were approved to use the Central Valley Soil and Water Assessment Tool to model the loads, accounting for variables such as management practices, climate, and land characteristics, which can influence leaching. Next slide. The second phase of the process was to use the approved formula to calculate groundwater protection values. The values represent the current nitrogen load within select townships subject to groundwater quality management plans. The values were calculated by the coalitions and approved by the executive officer in 2021. Next slide. The third phase is the development of groundwater protection targets. While the previous phases focused on understanding current nitrogen loading, the groundwater protection targets provide township-based loading rates estimated to meet receiving water limitations. This will be an iterative process with the targets reviewed and revised as necessary every 5 years. Next slide, please. Which brings us to the Groundwater Protection Targets Report and the topic of today's information item. The initial targets report was submitted last July with a revised report provided in December in response to comments received. The coalition groups used a UC Davis groundwater flow and transport model known as the non-point source assessment tool to develop the targets. This figure is a representation of the groundwater table, along with wells which draw from the aquifers. Using the model, they were able to estimate groundwater quality outcomes for approximately 95,000 shallow domestic wells under reduced loading scenarios. Following my presentation, we'll hear a pre-recorded statement from Dr. Harder about this tool. Coalition representatives will also be providing some additional detail on the process they used to develop the targets. Next slide, please. Here's a figure showing the results of the modeling effort. While the proposed load reductions vary across the region, they generally fall between 1 and 15 pounds per acre, and there are many areas which do not have load reductions currently proposed. That being said, I do want to emphasize that this is the first attempt at what will be a long-term iterative process to refine the groundwater protection targets. Staff are reviewing the proposed targets and underlying model and identifying opportunities for refinement. While we are fairly confident in the estimated nitrogen load from lands enrolled in the Irrigated Lands Program, there is still significant work that needs to be done to better quantify non-ILRP nitrogen loading in groundwater recharge. Next slide, please. So while the focus of this presentation is on the groundwater protection targets, I do want to briefly acknowledge the broader CV Salt's nitrate control program that's also underway. Management zones within the region are currently working on plans to comprehensively address nitrate loading. This will include both lands in the Irrigated Lands Program and non-ILRP nitrate discharges. While it's still unknown how management zones may choose to co-opt or modify the groundwater protection targets, it is anticipated that information gathered by the effort will significantly reduce some of the existing uncertainty regarding sources of nitrate and groundwater recharge within the Central Valley. Next slide, please. Now I want to transition over to some of the feedback that has been received from interested stakeholders. This topic was the subject of 2 irrigated land stakeholder meetings, as well as other focused meetings with environmental justice representatives. The initial groundwater protection values report was released for a 45-day public comment period last July. And based on feedback, the coalitions voluntarily submitted a revised report this past December. The revised report was again made available for a 45-day public comment period, and I'll talk through some of the comments received as well as staff's responses. Next slide, please. One comment letter received was jointly submitted by Clean Water Action, Community Water Center, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and California Coastkeeper Alliance. The first concern raised was that the milestones proposed in the report were not calculated with the same methodology as the targets and are not ambitious enough to achieve compliance with groundwater limitations. The commenters requested that the targets themselves be incorporated into the groundwater quality management plans immediately, along with the milestones. Next slide, please. Staff agree with the commenters that groundwater quality management plans need to contain both long-term targets as well as short-term milestones to ensure progress. While milestones were proposed in the report, staff's review and today's discussion is focused on the groundwater protection targets. Milestones will be evaluated in groundwater quality management plan updates when they are submitted. Next slide, please. A second comment focused on the ability to verify model results and requested that an independent expert be used to verify the model and its source data. Next slide. One of the key issues throughout the groundwater protection development process has been that the model relies on field level nitrogen loading rates provided by growers. These data are submitted to the board annually, but without grower or location-specific data. The public accessibility of the data has been the subject of recent litigation, which I will discuss in more detail in a later slide. Staff are working with both the coalitions and external modeling experts to obtain additional information about the inputs, methodology, and underlying assumptions used in the non-point source assessment tool model. An additional technical memorandum and data were provided to the regional board earlier this month and also shared with the commenters. Next slide, please. The group's final comment raised a concern that the township scale groundwater protection targets will reduce the ability to identify local community impacts and requested that monitoring in areas with disadvantaged communities that rely on domestic wells or small water systems be prioritized. Next slide, please. Disadvantaged communities are prioritized in both the Irrigated Lands Program and CV Salt's nitrate control program. The groundwater protection target process designed by State Board is a township scale loading assessment and is not intended to identify local impacts. However, there are other efforts currently providing both local and regional groundwater information. These include the drinking water supply well monitoring requirements for growers, the groundwater trend monitoring program, and the CV Salt's early action plans. Next slide. A second letter was received from the Environmental Law Foundation and echoes some of the concerns of the previous commenters. The first comment was with regard to the underlying data used in the model, which is comprised of field scale grower information such as nitrogen application and removal rates. As previously mentioned, this information is currently reported to the board in an anonymous format, which a number of parties have objected to. Next slide. The reporting of location-specific grower data has been an ongoing point of contention since adoption of the general orders. The current format strikes a balance between accomplishing program goals and respecting disclosure concerns of regulated growers. This topic was a subject of recent litigation, and a decision was issued by the 3rd District Court of Appeal this last month. The decision affirmed the program's current reporting requirements are appropriate and comply with the non-point source policy. Next slide. The second comment received from the Environmental Law Foundation stated that the targets should be disapproved because they fail to comply with the East San Joaquin order and fail to show that they will result in growers meeting receiving water limitations. Of note, the comment highlighted the difference in load reductions estimated by the groundwater protection targets and previous estimates developed for a UC Davis nitrate report to the State Board in 2012. Next slide. This is an ambitious effort to assess region-wide nitrate loading on irrigated lands and correlate that to groundwater quality outcomes. It is also an iterative effort, and the coalitions have done a good job of developing a process capable of being improved and refined as new information becomes available. Staff has asked for additional information regarding the inputs and underlying assumptions used in the model and received a technical memorandum along with additional data earlier this month. As discussed earlier, we also recommend requiring the coalitions develop a work plan to address the uncertainties associated with this process. With regard to the differing estimates of load reduction needed between the targets and earlier SBX2 study, it is important to highlight that fertilizer application rates were not widely reported prior to adoption of our orders. Staff believe the grower reported data are the most reliable estimate of current loading from irrigated agriculture. Dr. Thomas Harder, who authored the SBX2 study, will touch on this topic as part of his statement to the board and has expressed his intent to utilize the CV SWAT loading estimates in some of his future work. Next slide. Sorry, give me just a minute. We're having a slide issue.
Yeah, sorry for that, Eric. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
Thanks. Okay, almost there.
We're down to the last comment anyway, so I may just read through it and then show Dr. Harder's video. So the last comment received from the Environmental Law Foundation claims that the groundwater protection targets effectively assign a summative capacity to coalition members and requests that an additional anti-degradation analysis is conducted. Staff disagree with the commenter's statement, which may be a misunderstanding of the methodology used to develop the targets. For areas where summative capacity was estimated to exist, the current nitrogen loading rate was maintained, not increased. In no case were the groundwater protection targets greater than the estimated loading rates. Now I'll transition over to a video provided by Dr. Thomas Harder, the researcher who led the UC Davis science team in developing the non-point source assessment tool. And after his statement, agricultural coalition representatives will provide some more detail regarding how they used the model to develop the groundwater protection targets. Before we play Dr. Harder's video, please let me know if there are any questions about my presentation.
Okay, I'm prepared to run the video.
All right, thank you.
All right, Gene, we have no audio.
Are you able to see this presentation?
We can see the presentation, but no audio.
No audio. Hey, sorry about that. Let me see what's happening. Well. And here we go. Sorry about that delay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Thomas Harder. I'm a professor of cooperative extension at the University of California, Davis. My apologies for not being able to attend this April 2023 board meeting personally. This video is an abbreviated version of my written statement, which I submitted to your staff as a public comment on agenda item 8 of the April 27, 2023 board meeting discussion agenda. I am leading the science team at the University of California, Davis that is developing the software behind the Central Valley Non-Point Source Assessment Tool, which we refer to as CV-NPSAT. This tool has been an integral part of the toolbox employed by the agricultural coalitions in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program to develop groundwater protection targets for townships within the region designated as highly vulnerable to nitrate contamination. Specifically, CV-NPSAT was used in phase 3. In this brief review of our efforts, I would like to address 3 questions as suggested by Regional Water Quality Board staff. First, why did our 2012 SBX21 nitrogen report suggest mostly higher nitrogen load reduction needs than the targets are now suggesting? Well, the XBX21 report and the follow-on CDRF report, they provided estimates of potential nitrogen losses from the landscape and crop root zone to groundwater across the Central Valley and Salinas Valley groundwater basins. For agricultural crops, we specifically employed a nitrogen mass balance approach to estimate potential nitrogen leaching from the root zone. We call the Central Valley application of our SBX21 and FREP efforts the Central Valley Groundwater Nitrogen Loading Model, or CVGNLM. CVGNLM's mass balance approach allowed us to understand regional nitrogen losses from agriculture to the deep vidus zone and to groundwater, and to put the ensuing legacy of groundwater nitrate pollution into a scientifically rigorous context. CVGNLM's estimates are also a key input to groundwater nitrate transport models, such as CV-NPSAT. Given the lack of detail on farm or field-specific practices prior to recent ILRP efforts, our mass balance approach still represents an appropriate approach to capture long-term and especially the historic trends and crop-specific end-loading magnitudes. In contrast, CV-SWAT was developed to account for specific conditions in soil type, local climate, and each grower's irrigation and nutrient management practice. CV-SWAT takes a much more detailed and dynamic approach to tracking the fate of N in the agricultural landscape. It accounts for daily variations in climate and irrigation decisions. It accounts for differences in management decisions between growers. It distinguishes between the sandy part of a field and the clay part of the field, and whether a field, orchard, or vineyard is flood irrigated, furrow irrigated, or micro-irrigated. CV-SWAT relies on the detailed information collected by agricultural coalitions about individual farms' water and nutrient management practices, and the specific N mass balances measured by growers for each field under the ILRP. Therefore, it provides more accurate estimates than our CVGNLM can do on a local scale. Most significantly, CVGNLM and CV-SWAT have taken different approaches to estimate manure, nitrogen, and soil amendment inputs to a field, orchard, or vineyard. Particularly in counties with a large dairy industry, this leads to higher N leaching estimates in our work across most crops, including nuts, tree fruit, and citrus, when compared to CV-SWAT. Furthermore, the groundwater protection targets and the reduction needed to meet those are developed from a groundwater perspective, not a root zone perspective. The targets account for aquifer structure, for groundwater mixing with clean recharge sources, and for denitrification in groundwater prior to nitrate arriving in domestic or public supply wells. This groundwater perspective addresses load reduction needs better than merely considering losses from the crop root zone. Our mass balance approach will continue to play a significant role in CV-NPSAT as there is no CV SWAT approach available to represent the 20th century legacy loading to groundwater. We are planning to update our CV GNLM with the insights gained from the CV SWAT development to better represent historic legacy and leaching to groundwater. The second question is that I'd like to address: what are key assumptions and uncertainties in our groundwater model, CVNP-SET? Well, no model is perfect, but every model may tell us an important story if we properly understand the model's assumptions and the uncertainties in its predictions, and help us make better, more informed decisions. CVNP-SET incorporates a full-fledged, three-dimensional, physically based groundwater flow model and groundwater transport model of the Central Valley. The hydrogeology and the hydrologic boundary conditions of the groundwater flow model in CVNP-SET are currently borrowed from those in C2VSIM Fine Grid, a vetted groundwater model developed by the Department of Water Resources. CVNP-SET makes some improvements over DWR's C2VSIM approach. These improvements include a spatially much more refined representation of individual streams, wells, and fields. Streams and wells are represented at a discretization of only a few tenths of feet, rather than at the scale of 1 mile, following the well log records available from the Department of Water Resources. The recharge patterns represented in CVNP-SET are obtained from those in CV SWAT, which, as I mentioned earlier, has subfield scale resolution. This much finer discretization of recharge and pumping boundaries is important to more accurately capture the flow paths between recharge source and well screen than would be possible with the C2VSIM simulation alone. CVNP-SET, to gain computational efficiency and make it a decision support tool, also makes an important simplification over C2VSIM. It ignores the monthly, seasonal, and year-over-year variations in groundwater flow and only considers the long-term average groundwater flow conditions, including long-term average recharge conditions and pumping conditions. The flow model in CVNP-SET is what modelers call a steady state flow model. CVNP-SET computes the nitrate concentration at approximately 20,000 public and irrigation supply wells in the Central Valley and at nearly 100,000 domestic wells. It predicts concentrations at each well for each year from the 1940s to several hundred years into the future. But CVNP-SET should not be mistaken for being able to precisely assess nitrate breakthrough at someone's individual domestic well. This is analogous to the large groundwater flow model C2VSIM, which covers tens of thousands of square miles as well, not being intended to predict the precise water level line at someone's specific domestic well, even though the model actually generates that output. For those very localized assessments, development of locally well-informed site models of groundwater flow and nitrate transport would be needed. Instead, our simulation of nitrate concentration variability of nitrate across a large group of wells are intended to capture a representative sample that reflects the magnitude and variation of nitrate in real-world wells across that area of interest. It also provides an excellent tool to estimate the magnitude and future variability by which groundwater nitrate can be improved as a result of specific reductions in groundwater end loading from the soil root zone, and how much time it may take to see those improvements across wells in the area of interest. Finally, and third, I want to provide an update on our ongoing and planned CVNP-SET work. Many elements of CVGNLM and CVNP-SET have undergone extensive scientific review and validation. Our work is published in peer-reviewed scientific journal articles or is being prepared for publication. Our codes and data sources are publicly available through our website. Some important code verification and simulation validation efforts have already been completed and published by Katie Ransom, Georgos Kourakos, Giovanni Castaldo, Mehrdad Bastani, and Chris Henry. They provide verification of the mathematical rigor in CVGNLM and CVNPSAT. They highlight the important role of denitrification in some portions of the Central Valley Aquifer. They provide independent insights on nitrogen loading from crops when estimated from nitrate contamination in domestic wells. They show the role of dissolved oxygen and manganese as denitrification indicators, of water table depth, of aquifer properties, and of the distance to streams in determining nitrate levels in wells. And they provide scientific grounding for the simulation approaches that we're taking with the CVG and LM nitrogen mass balance approach and with the CV and PSAT groundwater modeling, but also in support of CV SWAT modeling efforts. We're wrapping up a preliminary groundwater H validation where we compare groundwater H simulated in CV and PSAT wells against those obtained from tracer analysis on well water samples across several hundred Central Valley wells. We're also completing a preliminary validation of CV and PSAT's prediction of recent well nitrate concentrations in domestic wells and in public and irrigation water supply wells against the large number of measured data available now in the State Water Board's Gamma GeoTracker online database. These validations will be updated as CV and PSAT undergoes future improvements. Ongoing and future improvements to CV and PSAT include updates to the virtual well simulator, developments of a CVHM2 based CV and PSAT version. That is a version of CV and PSAT that will be based on and borrow the hydrology from the USGS's updated CVHM model. We want to update CVGNLM for more consistency with CV SWAT. We will add denitrification to CV and PSAT, as well as capabilities to simulate salt transport and managed aquifer recharge. I hope this brief information is helpful. I would be more than happy to answer additional questions by you, your staff, or any stakeholder groups in follow-up meetings. Again, I apologize that I cannot be here today due to prior commitments co-leading a Central Valley water tour with the Water Education Foundation. Thank you.
Great. So I know that was a lot to digest. I do want to, he can't be here in person, but I do want to extend our gratitude for a lot of the work Dr. Harder's doing. He's made himself very available to both us and the coalitions, and we're thankful. It's kind of definitely bleeding edge stuff. This is one of the most comprehensive attempts I think that's been done as far as understanding the actual loading going on in the Central Valley and where we need to get to. So just want to extend my thanks to him, and I'll pass it off to the coalitions that'll say a few words.
And I'll note that we'll make that video available to you. I'll confess that this is like the third time I've heard it, and that is a really, really dense video right there. Thomas Harder really is one of the experts. We rely on him quite a lot for the way he's designed models and the way he understands movement of nitrate through the subsurface. And the way he marries the information that we have through the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program with well data and verification. I'm sure Eric or Dr. Harder will be more than happy to walk you through that very, very dense few minutes if you'd like to see it again.
Thanks, Patrick, and thanks, Eric, for teeing that up. Yeah, I tried to digest the letter he had sent in, and this just reinforces kind of the fire hose effect of all this information. It's a complicated model, though, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about the verification of the model in the near future. So thank you.
All right, I believe we do have a PowerPoint.
Okay, I have a number of PowerPoints here. If I know which one, the title of the one you'd like to see. Eric, do you hear me? I see someone talking, but you appear to be muted. I am not hearing anything from the room.
So it is the Ag Coalition PowerPoint. It was submitted late last night, I believe.
Very good. I have it. Yes. Let me pull that up for you.
Today's date is in the file name.
I have that ready to go. And here we go.
Oh, that's Eric's.
That's the wrong one.
That is the
Staff
Regional
president.
Board's presentation.
So Jean,
Okay.
it says agenda number 8, Ag Coalitions.
Very good. I have it now.
It doesn't, because I changed the name.
Oh, Sue changed the name. Never mind.
So sorry. It'll just take 1 second here.
Oh, I see what's going on. Something, oh.
And here we go.
There we go. That is it.
Don't let the chair override. Don't touch the buttons. Oh, you got it, Gene?
There we go.
Sorry, we had an audio mishap here.
Yeah. Great.
set?
Thank
Very
you.
good.
We're set. Thank you very much. Again, Tess Denham, Consoys and Conway, here on behalf of the coalitions that developed this process. With me today, who will be doing the heavy lifting, is Ken Miller with Formation Environmental, who did all of the heavy lifting in the development of this model. But first, I'll make a couple of preliminary comments, then I'm going to hand it over to Ken. So first of all, just so you know, when we say the Ag Coalitions in the development of this model, who do we mean? We mean 13, all 13 agricultural coalitions except for the Rice Commission, because of rice, of course, being unique with respect to nitrate. So in the coalition orders, this could have been done on a coalition by coalition basis. You could be listening to 13 different presentations with 13 different formulas, values, and targets. But instead of doing that to you, the coalitions came together once the 2018 order was adopted and started to develop what we thought would be a more appropriate process to develop a formula, values, and targets that actually encompassed all of the irrigated lands throughout the Central Valley, setting aside the rice lands because of their unique nature. In the development of these targets, we had some overarching principles that were really key and important as we went down this pathway to develop this. Those principles were that it had to be scientifically and technically robust, and it had to take into account the full nitrogen cycle and the water cycle. We had to use, or we wanted to use, actual reported data by the growers. In the 2018 order was the first that we started to receive, actually prior to that, but we get grower reported information on a field level to the coalitions. The growers report how much nitrogen they are actually applying, they report their crop yields, and we take that information and we determine what the crop is removing. It was a key and important component that this formula and the values and the targets take into account that actually reported data versus fertilizer sales data, which is kind of what has always been used in the past. We wanted to make sure that we established values and created a process that could continue to be adapted and revised as additional information became available. And we wanted to make sure that what we built was something that resulted in practical information that we could put into a groundwater quality management plan, could be conveyed to growers, and something that could actually be implemented to start reducing nitrate loading from irrigated agriculture for the production of water quality. That was a long process. I think the work that we've put forward today is something I'm extremely proud of. In all of my years in doing this, I think this body of work is absolutely amazing. We brought in some of the best and the brightest. We consulted with the best and the brightest. Dr. Harder was very, very open with his time. He met with us on many occasions. He was very generous in his comments, and we worked with him very closely in order to develop this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ken, and he's going to talk about kind of that assessment framework, get into a little bit more of the detail without trying to get too much into the weeds, because we can get lost really easily when we start going down the modeling rabbit hole. But Ken will provide some updates, some context, and then of course, kind of the next steps and future updates. And we're here, of course, mostly to answer questions to help you understand the body of the work that's been developed. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ken.
Thank you, Tess, and good morning to the chair and members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to describe what it is we have done to determine groundwater protection targets. As Tess mentioned, my name is Ken Miller. I work with Formation Environmental. I'm a trained soil scientist and agronomist that has been involved in the development of the formula, work plan, the implementation of it to calculate values, as well as the determination of the targets. And so today, we'll try to kind of give you, like Tess said, sort of a general overview of what it is we have done. We will talk a little bit about the targets themselves. In addition to that, some interim milestones, and as well as the next steps and future updates. So next slide, please. So just to briefly build on what Eric has already sort of described in terms of the program outlay, there's three components that we have focused on in terms of the formula, the values, and the targets. And as Eric has already described, the formula is intended to compute what is called the value, which is a township-based leaching estimate, specific to what is discharging below the root zone of irrigated agriculture. And the formula is comprised of two kind of key pieces that I'll talk a little bit more about. But really, there's inputs to the formula, right? Data, including grower-reported management data, and we feed that into a calibrated process-based model called CV SWAT. Then when we talk about targets, what we are then doing is trying to put these values in the context of the broader Central Valley system to understand if and how much nitrate load reduction will be required to ensure that that township is achieving compliance with the water quality objective. And the targets include other sort of components of the ILRP as well that are listed there. Should have had my glasses, I can't read terribly well, but groundwater assessment report, management practices evaluation program, and trend monitoring program. Next slide, please. So very briefly, just starting at the beginning here with the formula and the values, there's kind of three main steps to get us to understanding what is the current state of nitrate loading from irrigated agriculture. And so that is to bring together all the data and information we need to feed that into our process-based model and actually calculate the value itself. And so if you could just click, I think there's 2 or 3 clicks to get through the animations. So the first piece is with respect to data and info. CV SWAT is considering climate and soil and other factors, as Thomas has already described. And basically what our approach was for values was to say, it's very laborious to model sort of everything that's happening from one year to the next in a very specific way. And we found that it would be much more efficient to actually just model everything that could be and essentially build a database that the coalitions can use outwards into the future to develop values. And so essentially what we have done is looked at multiple years of grower reported data on a crop by crop basis to understand the range of fertilizer rates and yields that are reported, and to understand, okay, what are the various scenarios that do exist that we need to make sure are simulated with our CV SWAT model. And so through an automation approach, we developed what we call the root zone library, which is essentially a database that can be used outwards into the future. And if you could just animate one more click, please. And so essentially for the calculation of values, which I'll talk about on the next slide, that integrates actual current grower reported data matched up to specific root zone library entries to compute those values. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So what this slide is just illustrating is on the left-hand side, you can see sort of some of the modeling detail of the CV SWAT model. And we zoom in on an example township to just highlight the workflow for calculating values. And so that example township, you can see black outlines, which represent parcels that have associated INMP reports with them. Zooming in on an example parcel in the southeastern corner, we see that there's actually 6 unique soil mapping units in that parcel. And within our database, we actually have a whole plethora of various simulations for each of those different soils under different crops and management and yield scenarios. And so to compute a value, what we do is for each of those soils in that parcel, we look at the grower reported information to tell us which crop do we need to pull a library run from, what was the fertilizer rate, and what was the yield, and rely on the CV SWAT model to estimate the actual leaching outcome below the root zone as a function of those nitrogen inputs and removals. And so we do that for each sort of subfield unit, roll that up to the parcel, and we do that for each parcel, which is then rolled up to the township scale. And so in essence, the values are constructed from a subfield based estimate and rolled up to that township scale for which they are reported. So that was just sort of a background to understand how we are assessing where agriculture is at today. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So to connect the values to the broader system, we understand that the Central Valley is a very complicated system, and there's many different factors that are going to ultimately influence water quality. And we want to have an ability to account for those various factors so that when we are setting targets, we have a higher degree of confidence that they're going to achieve our objectives. And so without getting into all the details, we know that the valley is complex, right, in terms of soil and climate, the way in which lands are managed up and down the valley. What is going on in the aquifer system is complicated. There's a lot going on, right? It's a big area. It's a complicated, dynamic area. And if you could just click one more time for animation. And so kind of as a function of all this variability, we know that there's various factors that are going to drive water quality in any portion of the Central Valley, right? So of course, point and non-point source discharges of nitrate, the volume and water quality of various recharge sources, to the degree that any post-root zone attenuation is occurring, as well as what is actually happening in the aquifer itself. And so again, our approach, generally speaking, is to try to incorporate and include and consider all of these various environmental, scientifically based factors for setting targets. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So kind of leading into that, how did we then sort of develop our assessment framework for setting targets? Again, we're trying to take what's happening from the root zone of ag and put that in context. And so there's, I think, 5 animations. You could just click through them, that's fine. And so we break it down into steps. So connecting regional hydrology, which I'll talk a little bit more about. In order to sort of consider comprehensive hydrology, you also need to comprehensively consider other end loads. And so just acknowledging that these other sources of nitrate don't necessarily have a formula and values process as robust. So there's potential that there's more uncertainty there with those estimates. To the degree that post-root zone attenuation is occurring, we want to account for that. And then ultimately connect all of those processes in with the groundwater processes to develop estimates of water quality. And as Thomas and Eric have described, we've used the non-point source assessment tool to try to answer that question. So we can go to the next slide. So very briefly, I'll stay much higher level than Thomas on NPSAT, but just some key pieces for you all to understand in regards to setting targets. We did use the version that is based off of DWR's groundwater model, C2 VSIM. You can animate. And so that's sort of the most current existing calibrated groundwater model available to us for use. That's comprehensive. And it's the same groundwater model available to GSAs under Sigma. And so it just represented the latest and best available info, but we acknowledge that CVHM2 and other updates are pending and plan to evaluate those as they become available to us. And so as Thomas kind of described, what NPSAT is doing is it's actually connecting what's going on at the land surface, which you can see in that image where you're looking from the aquifer up to the surface. You can see that any one well is actually being impacted by a variety of different land uses that may have different nitrate discharges, different recharge volumes entering the aquifer. And so NPSAT is creating that connection for us between the land surface, for which we have the values and other estimates, and what is actually coming out of virtual wells. And the reason we call them virtual wells is because they are, if you can animate one bullet, the reason we call them virtual wells is because we are relying on the Department of Water Resources well completion report data, which are only accurate to a township section. So we know to a 1 square mile where they are, but within that 1 square mile, they are somewhat randomized. So they're not exactly in the right XY in all cases, but they're very close. And so that's why we call them virtual. And so you can see on the right-hand side, they're just an example subbasin with townships, and displaying in red are the actual virtual domestic wells, and black are irrigation and municipal wells that are deeper. And we focused for targets on the shallow domestic wells as setting targets, understanding that they're more likely to be impacted initially as compared to the deeper wells. So there's a few kind of considerations that Thomas already highlighted. If you could just animate one more time, please. And that is the fact that because we are looking over a broad extent, we are not necessarily, the model is not necessarily set up to really be completely accurate at the individual well level. That's a very challenging task, if at all possible. And so the way in which the tool gets used is to interpret a distribution of wells across a given area. And so what we do for setting targets is we look at a population of wells, all the wells that are impacted by a township's load. That is the population that we assess on a township by township basis. And I think a key consideration here is that because of the design of the tool, we're able to run it well out into the future. And so you can see in that example graph there that eventually those lines flatten out. And so that's the point at which we actually look at output. And so, early on, what happened in the past, what's the legacy load? Those are harder things to answer potentially. But what we're setting out to do with targets is understand what are the impacts of today's sort of loading on future water quality. And so by running the model far enough out, we're essentially just looking at what is future water quality under today's conditions, and it helps us get around sort of the uncertainty with what's in the vadosome, what happened in the past, and so on. And so just kind of a key point for interpreting NPSAT output in this context. It can be used for other purposes too, but this is the question we were trying to answer. And so next slide, please. And so to just kind of animate through the workflow at a high level for setting targets, essentially you could imagine any township has a collection of different, it's a mosaic of different loading amounts from various sources. Those loads are being connected to virtual domestic wells. If you could animate, please. And so we look at the output of those wells impacted by that given township. And then we ask ourselves, animation, please. Based on the results from current loading, can we demonstrate that the township is achieving the water quality objective? Animation, please. And so if the answer to that is yes, which it is in some cases, then the groundwater protection target, as Eric described, is the value, i.e. try to maintain status quo for that area based on our current assessment, appears that is not causing or contributing to an exceedance. Then alternatively, if you could animate through, please. If the answer is no, then what we need to test is various alternative loading scenarios where we reduce the loading in the township and do that iteratively until we achieve an outcome that suggests that at this loading level, then we are being protective of water quality. And so that is an iterative process that is done again on sort of a township by township basis to ensure that, okay, based on our inputs and our modeling tools, this is where we think we need to get to be sure that we're protecting water quality. So that's just kind of the general workflow of using the tool. So next slide, please. Of course, realizing that the Central Valley is a big, complicated place, and we're trying to reflect all of it, there's going to be sort of special circumstances with our assessment framework. And so we would like to highlight these to you today as we have in the report. And so the first key one, and you can just animate through, there's 3 bullets, I believe. We did identify that there are 104 townships across the Central Valley that have a very limited number of domestic wells in them. And that's a function of what's in DWR's database and therefore what's in NPSAT. So it's really kind of reflective of reality, and that some of these areas do not have a lot of completed domestic wells. And understanding the fact that NPSAT is not accurate at the individual well level, when we have few wells, we have less confidence in sort of the answers that we get, right? And that's kind of part of Thomas's validation process is, understanding sort of that relationship and, how many wells do we need and so on and so forth. But so to sort of address it for this first pass, our approach was to essentially expand the footprint of these townships so that we are including more wells and then applying that target back to that township. And if you just go to the next slide, you can see where many of the townships actually exist in the southern portion of the San Joaquin and Tulare Lake Basin along the west side there. And again, it's a function of what is existing in DWR's well completion reports that kind of drives the special circumstance that we had to try to account for. And so you can animate, it's the same bullets. That was a slight mistake. So that was one key circumstance, and then I'd like to highlight an additional circumstance that was realized. So if you could please go to the next slide, and just you can highlight. I think there's a few bullets. And so, one of our steps in terms of looking at output and assessing NPSAT results was to look against gamma data. And we realized this is not a perfect apples to apples because gamma is, current conditions as a function of the past, whereas we're looking out forward. We realize there's a disconnect there, but it can still be helpful and informative. And so what we kind of stumbled upon was that there were 20 townships in the Sacramento Valley that were actually estimating in NPSAT higher nitrate concentrations than the gamma data would suggest, which was sort of surprising to us. And so in looking into it in more detail, there's two more bullets if you wouldn't mind animating. In these areas of the Sacramento Valley, there is sort of well-documented work, and Thomas has described it in his video a little bit, about conditions that are very favorable to triggering denitrification processes, so destroying nitrate. And in our current approach, we are taking a very conservative, in terms of spatial extent and magnitude, in terms of how we're representing denitrification. It's kind of an empirical step. Thomas is working to actually build it into the model. And so it's entirely possible that for these 20 townships or these locales, we're not necessarily fully accounting for the effects of that process, just realizing that, current monitoring data really suggests little to no issue of nitrate, less than 5 ppm sort of thing, whereas our model was predicting higher concentrations. And so moving forward, these are the sorts of improvements to the tool set that we are working with Thomas and trying to support him on, so that we can, get better answers in these sorts of circumstances. But again, just wanted to highlight and sort of be transparent about some things that have come up as we've tried to implement this tool for setting targets. Next slide, please. So quickly to talk about the targets themselves, there's different ways you could think about, you could add up these numbers, but the way we express them in this PowerPoint slide is just to put them in the same units as the value, so it's easier to kind of think about. And so what we are expressing here is the acre-weighted average nitrate load below the root zone. So that is sort of the collective number that the township is working towards achieving. That's just so you could multiply that number by the total acres and get your total pounds of N if you wanted to, but this is just how we express it. It's kind of easier to think about. And so this map is in the documentation. It's just showing the distribution of those targets. And of course, they do vary over space, right? Because we are accounting for all the variability in the valley, not only climate and soils, but also with respect to how land is managed, regional recharge, and so on. So all of that heterogeneity is driving sort of the variability in our targets. And so as Eric described, there are some townships that do not currently estimated to be needing load reduction. But in general, what you can see is that the vast majority of the townships have targets that are somewhere between, say, 30 pounds per acre of loading and less. Those are the targets. And where you have more, again, is a function of hydrology as well as sort of total acreage of irrigated ag in that area. And so if it's a township with not much ag, then the impact is less so than other sources or natural recharge. And so these are just the targets themselves. So next slide, please. And very briefly, we'd like to describe a milestone process that we've also implemented or implementing to sort of serve as an interim performance goals and help specific townships that may have particularly challenging targets provide a basis to help coalitions prioritize outreach and education and working with growers and sort of moving the needle in an effective way in the near term. And so this milestones are really, they're root zone based, and so there's no groundwater modeling informing them. But essentially what we did was look at multiple years of grower data to understand, what's the range of nitrogen use efficiency or nitrogen applied minus nitrogen removed. What's the range that growers are reporting for these various crops, and sort of understanding, okay, well, this is what people are able to do. And essentially, we could have drawn a line in the sand anywhere, but we opted to draw a line at 75%. And so we said, okay, if 75% of acres for this commodity are able to achieve this level of efficiency, then we think that we can work with the other 25% and get them back to there as a first order of business, right? And that may not take you all the way to your target, but it'll definitely help and prioritize those sort of highest loading situations. And so those milestones were developed on a township by township basis and looking at the crop mix within the individual townships. And so we do have a map on the next slide just showing the milestones. They're not always needed for all townships. If the target is the value, then you don't necessarily need a milestone, or if the value is close to the target, then we didn't put forward a milestone. But where we see a bigger distance to go, we have put forward these milestones. So it's just highlighting that there for you all. And then I think I just have 2 more slides, just sort of about process. And so upon executive officer approval, what would happen with the targets is they would be integrated, the targets and the milestones would be integrated into groundwater quality management plans. The targets would serve as performance goals under these plans, and the coalitions would essentially evaluate their progress towards achieving not only the milestones, but the targets through subsequent calculations of the values. And so again, the values are where we are today. And so we can redo those with the framework we've built out and compare them against milestones and targets to track progress. And then one more slide. And so just in terms of anticipated future revisions to our values and targets, again, we will be recalculating values to assess progress. And then in terms of the assessment framework, we do fully anticipate improvements in terms of our data inputs to the model, as well as any model refinements as well that Thomas and his team identify. And so in regards to each of those steps of the process, right? So in terms of our understanding of hydrology, realizing that under Sigma, that may look different in certain areas, being able to incorporate that readily through the CV salts process, where various nitrate discharges will be, their estimates will be refined, leveraging that information, improving on our representation of post-root zone denitrification where it does occur. And basically with all these ingredients, our overall ability to refine these targets should be improved. And so I know that's a lot. Hopefully it's high enough level to be digestible, and happy to field any questions folks may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thanks, Tess. It is a complicated subject, obviously, and those 2 presentations pretty well indicated that. I guess for me, the process is all about the science, and that's what the model is trying to kind of lay the groundwork for. A model is just a model, but I can see a lot of work's gone into this one, and it's kind of interesting that it's evolving. You're doing refinements. It's going to be verified, and I look forward to some updates in the future. Patrick, there must be some pretty significant overlap here with SAFER and Cal EnviroScreen and other programs that we're managing.
Yeah, and I think the nexus that ties it together is the nitrate control program, to be quite honest. So that second and last slide was the punchline. I think it's extraordinary the amount of effort that's gone into these models, but if we'll send you the presentation certainly, but the slide that was right before upon executive officer approval, I'm not sure there was numbers on the slides, is the one to look at. And I think it kind of tells 2 stories there. One, that we actually do have a significant amount of acreage that is currently in compliance or nearly in compliance with the requirements of the East San Joaquin order. But there are a lot of acreage. There's a lot of acreage within the Central Valley that needs to work fairly diligently on reducing nitrate that's lost below the root zone. But I would encourage you, when we send this presentation around again, to look at that slide, because I think it does a good job of telling the story graphically of where the improvements need to happen, and frankly compiling all that information down to something that's readily that one, there we go, that we'll be looking at from a CV salts perspective of saying, okay, so we've got a management zone that potentially covers this acreage, right? Here's what irrigated lands will be working on. Here's what their targets are going to be. How does that mesh with the milestones that we'll need to establish with the management zone implementation plans, reductions from POTWs, reductions from other sources, reductions from dairies, to overall meet the objectives of the management zone to balance that nitrate loading within a 35-year time frame. So this is super key. This is super key to understanding what the needed load reductions are and how we can work towards that. But incredible amount of work, very, very complex work. I think that the modelers are meeting with the drinking water folks, are meeting with the geologists, are meeting with the soil scientists, and have come up with this process. And I think it's pretty incredible, but I also think that there's going to be some tough decisions for us ahead as our technical teams work on merging this information with the information that's going to come through with the nitrate control plans, and then obviously trying to make sure that the drinking water programs under the nitrate control plan mesh up with safer requirements, and ensure that while we're working on reducing these nitrate targets, or while we were working on reducing nitrate loading to these targets, there are not communities or individuals dependent on groundwater as a source of drinking water that are left out and that have contaminated wells. We want to make sure that they have a source of drinking water in them. So a lot of information here. Again, my thanks to all the folks who worked on this. There is an army of people that are both implementing this on the technical side, and all the growers who are reporting their information, paying their dues to the coalition, grumbling a little bit about all these consultants, and that's absolutely par for the course. That's going to happen. But I do think that this allows us to sharpen our focus on those areas that need the greatest load reductions, and kind of work in partnership to make sure that happens. But again, a monumental effort. As you've been here, you've heard, I think, Eric, is this fourth presentation in front of the board, initially laying out, what we're going to do, and then the presentation on the formulas, and the presentation on the values, now a presentation on the targets. This is a long process that was kicked off with the adoption of the East San Joaquin order, and we're at a pretty cool point where we can actually have a map like that up on the screen, talking about what we're going to need to do for the future.
Sure.
I do concur on the part that there's a lot of information to digest, for sure. So I myself have to look over that presentation and try to understand a little bit more. So thank you for explaining that, Patrick. And thank you for the presentation. My question is, and it may or may not relate, but I just think this is an important question for me to ask. So, the groundwater is very critical for the farmers, and also the folks that has wells, and they use it for their household and so forth. So my question is, how often these data are being collected, and are they being collected also in the farmland and residential, as far as acreage housing go? And do we have any sort of way of informing the residential or the farm owners directly, or how do we go about? Because I think this is about safety and clean water. So I'm just wanting to know a little bit more in depth, because there's a lot of information.
I can take a stab at it, and Adam and Sue are here to back me up if I get anything too far off. But essentially, the reporting structure that was set up by the East San Joaquin order, by the presidential order, and all 13 of our orders that the coalitions operate under, actually fewer orders, but the 13 coalitions operate under, require individual growers to report certain information on their nitrogen loading that gets aggregated by the coalitions, reported to the board, and provided in this vast amount of information that essentially gets distilled in these models to understand what the load reduction targets are. A parallel effort is to monitor the domestic wells. And so each grower has a responsibility to monitor domestic wells for nitrate that are on their parcels. And so that's another kind of vast data set that we're looking at to ensure domestic wells are protected. There's a notification requirement built into that particular requirement. And then the drinking water replacement component comes in with SAFER and with the nitrate control program for those areas that are in priority 1 management zones. So I think that's kind of the big picture. It boiled it down quite simply. Every grower is reporting nitrogen numbers. The coalition is crunching all those numbers, providing them to us. And meanwhile, they're also monitoring their domestic wells to make sure that nitrates do not exceed the standard at their wells.
Any other questions from the board?
And Adam's not kicking me under the table, so I think I got it mostly right there.
Neither Sue. She's not throwing anything at you. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Mindy, are there, I see there's an environmental justice panel.
Yeah, as I introduced the environmental justice panel, Jean, can you pull up the presentation? It's agenda number 8, environmental justice. And if you can unmute the following participants. So go to Atame with the Clean Water Action, Kaya Rivers with Community Water Center, Michael Claiborne with the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and Nat Kane with Environmental Law Foundation. So hopefully they're all on Zoom.
Good morning, this is Michael Claiborne. Just wondering, can I come off, can I use video as well, or should I stay off video?
You may use video.
Right now, it's unable to start.
Let's see. I'm sorry, who is this speaking? Who was asking for video?
I think that's Michael Claiborne.
Michael.
All 4 of us, maybe go to Atsumi as well. Kaya Rivers and Nat King.
Interesting. Michael, you can use video. And Sue, I have your file.
There we go. Great, thank you so much. So good morning to the chair and to the board. My name is Michael Claiborne. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I'll kind of kick us off.
One second, I think we're having audio issues here. Gene, we're barely hearing that over here.
You're not hearing Michael Claiborne, is that right, Patrick?
Are you coming from the control room, but they're not on speaker out here, and neither are you.
Can y'all hear me better now, or is it still an issue?
Yeah, actually, this is something outside of my control from here. AGP, is there anything going on there?
I can also try without headphones. That could work.
I hear you loud and clear. I'm not sure what you hear in there, Patrick.
Gene, if you said something, I cannot hear a word you're saying.
Oh no.
I cannot hear a word you're saying, Gene. I hear some very, very, very faint mumbling in this room. This is all that's coming through.
I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break here while we get this fixed up, and just 5 minutes this time, please. Thank you.
Let us know, us on Zoom, if you want us to
do some sound checks at any moment.
Testing microphone 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Bob, I see I'm testing my mic. It works fine. I have no idea what is going on at this point. I am unmuting. Can you hear me in the room? I am using a headset. I just unplugged and plugged in my headset.
We're hearing you perfectly on the Zoom, if that's helpful.
That sounds good. I appreciate that. I think our problems are corrected. Michael, would you like to test your mic?
Yes, can folks hear me in the room?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Great. I hear you loud and clear.
It does look like some of the 4 of us can't use or can't unmute themselves. Oh, maybe they can now.
I think we just got unmuted,
Perfect.
I saw your hand raised. Thanks.
or at least I did. Godo and Kaya, are you good? Looks like Godo and Kaya still need to be unmuted.
I'm selecting you may unmute yourself. See that message?
Okay, I'm muted now. Can folks hear me?
Correct. We hear you.
Okay.
Was there someone else? One more?
Kaya Rivers.
I think they debugged the sound, so as soon as we get the board reseated, we should be good to go.
Yeah. Kaya, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you.
We
But
hear
does this mean we can go on mute while someone else? Michael is able to go on and off mute, but I don't think I can do that.
Don't mute just in case.
Okay.
I'm co-hosted Michael. That's the difference. I believe that's the presentation Sue wanted.
I think we're ready to get started again. I understand the audio is working. We did have Nick had to leave. He's got a planning commission hearing in Sacramento, so we still have a quorum, so we're ready to roll.
You're good to go?
All right. Good morning to the chair and to the board. My name is Michael Claiborne. I'm a directing attorney at Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And we have a presentation for you all on our evaluation of the proposed groundwater protection targets, which if we could pull up now, we'll get started. Great. And let's go to the next slide. I'll kick us off and introduce the other three presenters. So like I said, I'm Michael Claiborne. I work at Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We're a social and environmental justice nonprofit based in the San Joaquin Valley, also do some work in the East Coachella Valley. And all 4 of our organizations work on access to safe and affordable drinking water. And as is most relevant here, protection of sources of drinking water from additional sources of pollution. So we'll go to the next slide. We're going to start off our presentation by talking about the regulatory requirements that are applicable to these proposed targets, then talk about groundwater protection targets, data and tools, hotspots within townships, and then we have some closing recommendations and some thoughts about impacts to, or potential impacts to communities. We'll go to the next slide. So as noted in the state board's order approving or revising the East San Joaquin order, groundwater protection targets were proposed by representatives of the agricultural coalitions and environmental justice organizations. As one of the environmental justice organizations that was in the room kind of negotiating what these targets could look like and exploring what was needed here, we were working alongside the Agua Coalition, which is a coalition of impacted residents, mostly in Tulare County, but throughout the San Joaquin Valley. And it became pretty clear early on in those conversations with the agricultural coalitions that there was a real need, an unmet need for local data about nitrate applications and discharges. What we were looking for in those conversations were enforceable standards for nitrate reductions and ultimately compliance. And the response was, well, those kind of determinations need to be made factoring in local conditions, climate, precipitation, soil type, those sorts of issues. And out of that kind of concern and unmet data need, kind of fed into the development of this process and ultimately these targets, which provide more of that local data. The purpose of the groundwater protection targets is to set targets intended for all growers to ultimately come into compliance with receiving water limitations, according to the time schedules for compliance specified in the general waste discharge requirements. And the schedule for compliance is a period that's as short as practicable, not to exceed 10 years, unless a management zone implementation plan under CV salts has been approved. And at this point, none of those management zone implementation plans have been proposed or approved. So right now, the 10-year limit applies, and the board and the executive officer should keep that in mind as you all review these proposals. While the methodology may evolve over time, as the regional board and the third party gain experience in its application, there's no authorization for the board to approve targets that will not achieve compliance with receiving water limitations within compliance time schedules. So that's another thing to keep in mind. And then the state board, in approving this process, envisioned a really active role for the regional board. So where there's a coalition, the coalition can lead the process of development. Where there's not a coalition, the regional board is actually leading or required to lead the development of these targets. And anywhere that the regional board is considering targets, there needs to be an active role in evaluating whether they're sufficient and adequate. And then, of course, they need to be reviewed every 5 years. Go to the next slide. One back. And so 2 other binding policies that the board should keep in mind. One is the anti-degradation policy. The regional board can't authorize degradation that causes pollution or nuisance or degradation of high quality waters unless it makes required findings. So discharge to high quality waters must meet waste discharge requirements that result in and they have to meet best practicable treatment and control. Then as a second policy, the non-point source policy includes 5 key elements for any non-point source policy implementation program like this one. Key element 3 in particular requires specific time schedules, corresponding quantifiable milestones, and the time schedule may not be longer than that, which is reasonably necessary to achieve water quality objectives. applying those two policies here, the regional board would violate the anti-degradation policy if it authorizes pollution or nuisance by approving milestones or targets that don't make progress as quickly as possible and ultimately achieve water quality objectives. And kind of the same thing with the non-point source policy. Timestones and milestones need to be really as ambitious as is practicable and reasonably necessary. So the regional board can't allow delayed progress or compliance, and these are all on compliance, and these are all standards to keep in mind as my colleagues talk through some of our specific concerns about the proposal. Even though it provides a lot of source specific information, clearly a lot of work went into it. Ultimately, we think there are some issues that need to be resolved before they're approved. Next slide, and I'll turn it over to Nat Kane.
Good afternoon, I guess still morning, everybody. My name is Nat Kane, Executive Director of Environmental Law Foundation. I'm going to try to move fairly quickly through a few points this morning. First, as you can see from this slide, there are many steps just to get from the values to the targets here. And to start, we don't have the field level data that forms the inputs for the CV SWAT model. The targets document and the statement and the video by Dr. Harder are very clear that the field level conditions, including soil type, are vital for the understanding of discharge from a field and thus from a township. There was a mention of the recent litigation. I think it's important to note that that litigation was based on the record as it stood in 2018. We now have this further information about the need for that field level information, down to the soil type for the part of a field to understand the impacts on groundwater from each field and ultimately from a township. But even leaving aside the question of field level data, we don't even have township level data for most of the steps to get from the values to the targets. That means that it's impossible for the public or even this board to really verify or understand how the coalition is getting from the values to these targets, especially when the targets document states that professional judgment is playing a big role in interpretation of these models. And we know at the very least that the assumption that dairies are meeting their 1.4 A/R requirement under the dairy order, that's incorrect. And that's based on the dairy industry's own monitoring report that has been presented to this board in the last couple of years. So we'd like to see at the very least township level breakdowns of the model's treatment of discharge, denitrification, and other sources of contamination to understand how these targets were calculated given all of these different inputs into the models. Second, and next slide, please, Mike. Actually, you can go to the next one. These reductions proposed by the milestones in the targets document are relatively modest. The milestones show about a 15% decrease from the values, and the targets are about 30%. Many townships are excluded from both the milestones and the targets, especially the milestones. We did a spot check and found that for some of the townships that were excluded under the milestones, they had values that were well above the nitrate water quality objective. And it's really unclear why those townships are not given milestones. And then another sort of conceptual issue here is that the reason these reductions are modest, and this was touched on by Dr. Harder, is that this targets document and process is looking at nitrate concentrations at the depth of a well, at the impact of a well, not at the root zone. I have concerns that this is not actually what's required by the ESJ order, which speaks of these targets as being a loading number. And they are expressed as loading, but I think there's a real question for this board about what compliance with water quality objectives means in terms of compliance at the root zone or compliance at the well. And a practical matter, this introduces an enormous amount of uncertainty into the analysis because those other loading figures, the denitrification and the recharge, are not nearly as well as understood as the loading at the root zone. And they're highly spatially variable. They depend on things like the presence of manganese in the soil. This document does not include enough information to evaluate them. So we believe that this effort should focus on loading at the root zone, and then let's let the science on denitrification and recharge and other sources play out. And then quickly, I also have concerns about this approach from an anti-deg perspective. This approach, it appears to assign all the assimilative capacity from discharge, from recharge and denitrification to irrigated ag at the expense of other sources. In other words, Ag is proposing to dilute its discharge using these denitrification and recharge factors, but it's not clear that these other sources are getting the same treatment. And so I think there needs to be an analysis, whether it's under anti-DEG or whether it's under some other procedure, to understand if we're using these attenuation factors post-root zone, that needs to apply to all sources, not just ag. And I think that if that analysis is done, it may result in larger reductions being required of ag. I will pass the mic to Godo now, and hopefully that wasn't too long.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Godo Atsume. I'm a senior policy analyst with Clean Water Action, and I'll basically just be building upon what Nat and Michael have shared. You can move on to the next slide. Thank you. So the document, the work plan that my colleagues have already talked about, milestones are actually intended to be incorporated into groundwater quality management plans. That work plan also states that milestones are intended to move growers closer to achieving compliance with receiving water limits for the next 5 years. In our evaluations, like Nat just shared, those proposed milestones are very modest and very conservative. They basically would give growers a buffer to maintain status quo and continue business as usual. They also really delay the regulatory compliance, and generally they're not ambitious enough. Like our computations showed just 15% reductions with those milestones. Secondly, regarding the milestones, and I think really importantly, there are 208 townships that were excluded from having milestones or these load reductions. The proposed milestones, as noted, are already really low, and these townships are excluded from having that. I think the presentation from the coalition shared that they were excluded because their values were very close to the targets. The milestones work plan that we went through and evaluated said the milestones were created for regions that were discharging above 10 milligram per liter. Anyone discharging below that was excluded. The number of 208 townships being excluded, we do not agree with that figure. And I'll build up on that point. Right at the beginning of this process, when the order was passed, the Central Valley was basically divided into two, into areas with high vulnerability townships and areas that did not have high vulnerability. This work plan, the formula, the values, and the targets have focused on the high vulnerability areas. Excluding an additional 208 townships for the next 5 years in this region, I think it's not in accordance with the requirements of this order. And then lastly, on this page, there's a 75% threshold for growers. That is not ambitious enough, neither is it consistent with the requirements of the order, and also goes against the anti-DEG policy and non-point source policy that we've narrated. You can go on to the next slide. So I want to share more about hotspots. I think at the beginning of this process, most of the aggregation was done to a township level, but we know that within a township, there's still domestic wells that can be impacted. If there's a domestic well or there are wells very close to some, like a corn farm, they can be impacted. So we really want to highlight the potential impacts that can happen to communities of color within these townships. And mentioning that because with the work plan and the targets we have, there are townships that are potentially complying, but really want to flag to the board that there are still communities and drinking water wells that within these townships that might be impacted. And so for that, we make the point of water quality monitoring within these regions and DACs to be prioritized, as well as bringing enforcement and compliance to discharges within the different townships. You can move on to the next slide. Yeah, so just a few closing points from our presentations before I pass on to Kaya. Milestones need to ensure that targets are met in the time period that is as short as practicable, not to exceed 10 years. At minimum, it's practicable to achieve reductions that are like sort of equal to all growers applying nitrogen at industry average. The proposed milestones we have now, they are very, very modest and conservative, and growers are supposed to use this for the next 5 years. Remembering that 208 are excluded from that process. And then secondly, I think importantly, we've shared this point repeatedly to the Regional Water Board in different conversations and in our comment letters. We think it's important to go in and conduct an independent verification of the model and inputs. Nat shared this, we don't have any problems or issues with the tools themselves that we use. So CV SWOT and the MPSAT tool, really there's a lot of assumptions that have been made. There's a lot of uncertainty in these tools, and as well as this inputs that was put in. And I think it's the Regional Water Board's responsibility to go in there and verify that information. They have a responsibility and a legal duty to regulate discharge to groundwater, and those duties should not be delegated to the coalitions. The third point here is regarding the groundwater protection targets and milestones. We would like to see those are regulatory standards and performance goals in the groundwater quality management plans once they've been verified and approved. You can go on to the next slide. The Regional Water Board should also request for estimated total end load reductions from the coalitions based on the targets. The current work plan we have, we just have figures for those targets. They failed to give us what the load reduction would look like for the targets they've set and also for the milestones they set. So that computation should be requested. The coalition should also include values from what nitrate reductions would come from the nitrification. The nitrification is repeatedly mentioned in this process. So those reductions, we should get estimates of what those reductions will look like, as well as prioritizing hotspots and where communities and community wells. And finally, going back to the policies, the board has a duty to prevent degradation of high quality waters, prevent pollution and nuance, and a requirement and require compliance with water quality objectives consistent with the Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act, the non-point source policy, and the anti-deck policy. I'm going to turn the mic to Kaya Rivers. Thank you.
Thanks, Godo. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, board. My name is Kaya Rivers. I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center. And I just want to build upon what my colleague said about the importance of this and how it impacts communities, particularly low-income communities of color. The human right to water was passed in, I'm sorry, next slide. Thank you. The human right to water was passed in 2012, yet over 1 million Californians do not have access to safe drinking water, with nitrate contamination disproportionately impacting low-income communities of color. Outside of Porterville, the Chavez family relied on their domestic well every day to provide water for drinking, cooking, and cleaning. After their well was tested, they found that their water had nitrate contamination 3 times the MCL, beyond the levels that can be addressed with even a sophisticated point of use filter. Without well testing, it is impossible to know if you're consuming nitrate contaminated water due to the fact that there is no difference in taste, color, or smell of the water. Because of this, families can begin to develop illnesses over time, and babies can suddenly get sick and die of blue baby syndrome because nitrates replace the oxygen in red blood cells. Even after families know their water isn't safe to drink, families are required to navigate temporary and elusive permanent drinking water solutions, with many communities like West Goshen and East Orosi waiting for years to access safe long-term drinking water through consolidation. Year after year, residents fighting for clean water do so while also fighting off illness and mourning the loss of loved ones. Addressing groundwater nitrate contamination is urgent. The Regional Water Board plays a crucial role in upholding the human right to water, securing safe, clean, affordable, and accessible drinking water for all Californians. The proposed milestones and groundwater protection targets must be indicative of this crisis, ensuring that proposed nitrate load reductions achieve compliance with groundwater limitations as soon as possible. It simply is not acceptable to continue to add to nitrate pollution that's depriving Californian residents of their human right to water. Thank you.
And this is Michael Claiborne again. I think that concludes our presentation. I really appreciate the time of all of the board members and staff and listening to that presentation. We're happy to answer questions, but otherwise appreciate your time.
Thank you, Michael, and all of you who participated in that presentation. Sean, have a comment?
Yeah, again, thank you for the presentation there. I saw the closing remark there that region need to perform individual testing. Just wonder why that is and how much would it cost if that's to happen?
Sorry, was that a question for us? I think the issue with well testing is that right now it's not required on a household level basis at really any point, which means that even though there is now funding for domestic well testing doesn't happen frequently enough for enough wells to detect where there are problems all the time. So there are a lot of people right now who have wells contaminated with nitrate and other contaminants that don't know it and are drinking the water. So I think the point was largely that unless we do a better job at source protection, protecting these sources of drinking water, including groundwater, there are going to be people exposed. No kind of mitigation testing program is going to be perfect, and there are going to be people left out, even when there are funding sources, which we now thankfully have under CV salts and the SAFER program through the state.
Yeah, I think it's a very terrific suggestion. I'm definitely for it. So I hope that will come into fruition very soon to protect the people. Thank you. That's all I have.
Patrick, do you have any response to that?
No, certainly, I think there's a lot of good points within the presentation. I do think in terms of the regional board's perspective on a lot of these issues, and a couple things kind of come to mind. And first and foremost, not to in any way slight the urgency of the concerns here, but the modeling that was done under the development of the nitrate control program really showed that even if you, in many areas of the state, many of the most nitrate impacted areas of the state, even if you were to cease all discharges right now, stop farming, shut down the POTW, stop the food processing, you're talking about a 50 to 70 year time frame before many of the domestic wells in those areas return to compliance with nitrate standards. That's the that's the daunting problem that kind of lies in front of us. So I do think that means that, number one, we have to focus on implementing the nitrate control program in such a way that we get replacement drinking water into the hands of folks who are most vulnerable during the duration that their wells are contaminated, and during the duration that we work on this with the irrigated lands regulatory program, with the dairy program, with POTWs, with other facilities that impact groundwater. I do think, when you taught, there was a lot of conversation about the townships that were removed. I do think that's a complex issue that I kind of alluded to earlier. In one hand, it means that some of those areas are areas where we're in good shape, and that's why they've been removed. There are other areas where, and much smaller kind of focus areas, where you have other sources contributing to nitrate impairments. Most notably, the dairies are left out of this data set. The dairies are on a separate track. As I mentioned before, the State Water Board is still under consideration of the Dairy General Order and looking to impose a different set of requirements on dairies. Again, that process it's been taking a while. They've had the petition for about 10 years, a little longer than that right now. But hopefully we'll have some idea about how to integrate the dairy component with this component as we move forward. And I also think it's worthwhile that when we talk about best practicable treatment or control, which is kind of one of the pillars that we use to determine timeframes and compliance timeframes, whether it's as short as practicable, as short as possible. There's an element about, you know, what is technically feasible, what is economically feasible, wrapped up in that discussion. There's going to be some tough conversations about practicability as we evaluate the management zone implementation plans, which take a look at this realm of possibility under the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and mesh that together with the requirements of the Dairy General Order, whatever that may be, whenever that comes forward, and with other requirements of the Nitrate Control Program. But ultimately, even as we kind of debate the terms of practicability in front of this board for growers, for dairy owners, for municipal treatment plants, for other businesses, we really want to make sure, and I think this kind of gets to some of their comments, we really want to make sure that the requirement to provide replacement drinking water is absolutely met in these areas, that the wells are tested, and that if there is a nitrate exceedance in a domestic well, we have the program, whether it's SAFER, whether it's the Nitrate Control Program, Early Action Plan, providing replacement water with as least friction as possible to those communities. You heard a presentation at the last board meeting about the outreach that these organizations are engaging with these communities. Again, we're going to continue to try and turn up the dial to make sure that every last person who has a domestic well in these impacted areas gets their well tested for free and gets replacement drinking water if they need it. But I think that's kind of the standard that we try and hold ourselves to. Get everybody tested, get replacement drinking water out, and we will work diligently with all the sources of nitrate to make sure that they ultimately achieve compliance on a time frame that's as short as practical. And I don't think there's any disagreement as to that particular legal duty that we're operating under. Go ahead,
Or
Adam.
actually, I have a quick follow-up question, if you
And
don't
Adam's
mind.
got one more thing to say.
Okay.
Again, just, I think, a little bit zeroing in a little on the modeling that was done and the work our staff completed on that modeling. There were some comments there that, you know, the staff should independently look at the inputs and the assumptions made and things like that. And in my opinion, our staff have done that and then some. They've spent hours with the teams. They've asked lots of tough questions. They've asked for several additional submittals. And, you know, we would not, as a team, be recommending that these be approved if our technical staff wasn't completely, you know, satisfied with this analysis and where it's at today. That said, you know, it just like staff said earlier, this is a huge undertaking what's happened here. These models, the denitrification that was brought up as a concern, just to, you know, give you a sense, the denitrification didn't come out of somebody making an assumption regarding denitrification. They came out of a model and an effort developed by Dr. Harder and at UC Davis that was funded partially by State Water Board funding to figure out things and figure out groundwater issues associated with nitrates. We're also using a well-accepted model in the NPSAT model. These are accepted models. We didn't just create them. They were taken and they were updated and used by the agricultural community and have been vetted in many places. So I think this is the best science that we have today to estimate nitrogen loading across millions of acres, 3 million acres of high vulnerability areas. The alternative would be to drill wells all over the place. We can't do that, so we would want to drill wells in a few places. And then we'd want to try and extrapolate results there. And then you have another huge set of problems there and costs. So I think work needs to be done for us to, you know, continually make this a better process. But I feel very confident in where we are today with this process.
Yeah, just follow up, but just want to say thank you for those information. We have different water boards and we have different agencies. I just want to make a point of clarification. I know that the refinement it's all part of making improvement to protect our environment and our community, especially our people. So how much of a responsibility of testing these wells, water and groundwater, as far as our region go? Is it solely on us, or is on other agency or other board? Just point of clarification of just testing waters.
So the domestic well testing is limited to domestic, under the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, is limited to domestic wells on irrigated lands parcels. The responsibility for other testing programs is shared by a lot of different agencies. When you start talking drinking water in the state of California, and the numbers that there are mentioned about, up to 1 million or 900,000 Californians lack access to safe, clean, and affordable drinking water. A big chunk of those, and I think that estimates are 60,000, 90,000 wells within the Central Valley, and the numbers vary, could potentially be impacted by nitrates. But there's also, the individual domestic wells are very lightly regulated in the state of California. There's very limited testing requirements required of them. It's really only when you get to the public water systems and state small level, so a certain number of connections to a system, that the state requirements start kicking in. And I think that's something that we're wrestling with. It's one of the most confounding problems in the state of California, is those domestic wells who are very, very lightly regulated for how they were installed, and whether there's contamination, whether there's testing. And the advocates that spoke before you here today are absolutely right. There's a lot of people that may potentially be drinking contaminated water. We want to get that number down as far as possible, certainly within our region. But there is no one umbrella program that requires domestic wells be tested in the state of California.
Just one comment, I'll follow up on that too. The Irrigated Lands Program has sampled a massive amount of domestic wells. Staff could probably give you a really good figure, but it's on the order of 10,000. CV Salts also has a program for this, and I know you're well aware of that program. I think they're at about 1,400 wells right now. So we're making progress. It's not that nothing's happening. Like Patrick said, we want more to be done. But I think also some other good that's come of this, and as CV Salts has moved forward, is they're starting to get in place agreements to do sampling for additional constituents. So before this process, and before we got to this point, there was no sampling. Now today we're at tens of thousands of samples being collected for nitrates, and agreements being put in place to sample for not only nitrates but other contaminants, which I know Patrick has mentioned are a major concern for us too. So we're not where we want to be. Just like with the groundwater protection targets, we want to see refinement, we want to see more work done, but we're making progress.
Yeah, and I'd say to the newer board members, what's kind of remarkable is this program is really only like about 10 years old, which is extraordinary. It was in 2008, the legislature essentially started asking the state board, pay attention to nitrates, in particular in the Salinas Valley and Tulare Lake Basin. And the San Joaquin order that you've heard us talk a lot about only started going into groundwater in like 2012 was when that order was adopted. Before then, really, there were no Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program orders that were requiring kind of compliance with groundwater. It's a surface water program, and so I think we've achieved a lot in 10 years. I've certainly watched this program evolve. It's incredible, the partnerships that we've developed. I thank the advocates who are on the line today for keep pushing us to do more, do it faster, because I think without their kind of interest in the program, it wouldn't have gotten off the ground in the first place. But there's also a tremendous amount of work being done on the other side by the Irrigated Lands Agricultural Coalitions, their consultants, and the individual growers as well, trying to ensure sustainability for their operations so they can hand their farms down to their kids. And safely say I'm not poisoning my community's wells. I mean, they take that very, very seriously. And so I do think that we're all in this together. This is a major milestone. I know the term has been tossed around a bunch, but it is a significant milestone coming up with these values, recognizing the scope of the problem and the amount of loads that need to be reduced, and then moving forward under CV salts to make sure that there's that backstop of replacement drinking water while we work on reducing that nitrate loading to groundwater.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm sure there's complexity in terms of resources and so forth in this journey of bringing resolution or solution to this. But I'm happy to hear what we have in place and the progression that we are making. So thank you very much for the information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys. Yeah, I really appreciated all the feedback from the Ag Committee and the EJ community. And thank you for that summary, Patrick. I mean, I know we're investing a lot of resources into these programs, and even though it's been 10 years, it feels like it's just getting going at some level too. So thank you. Mindy, are there any other interested persons that wish to comment on this one?
I believe Bruce Haddishelt with Northern California Water Association is on Zoom.
Bruce, are you there? Gene, do you see him waiting at all?
I'm sorry, who is that?
Bruce Haddishelt.
Yes, I believe Bruce is here. And you may unmute, Bruce.
Thank you very much. And let me also thank Regional Board and their administrative staff for this hybrid meeting. I know you've had a couple of challenges, but it's been going really well. And for somebody who's 3 hours ahead of you on the East Coast, I appreciate the ability to listen in on this very, very important conversation. And I just very briefly want to associate some comments with Dr. Harder earlier, where he talked about the work being done by USGS and the robustness of that technical work related to denitrification. That's certainly independent work, separate and apart from the work that the 13 coalitions have been working on with formation, and you heard from earlier today. I just want to share for some of the newer board members that there also, this work, as Patrick just mentioned, began in earnest in 2012. Each of the coalitions have a groundwater quality management plan, and we have a groundwater quality trend monitoring plan in the Sacramento Valley. We're getting ready to submit our 5-year analysis related to that. As you heard Patrick mention earlier, and Adam just underscore, there are tens of thousands of domestic wells, that on-farm drinking water wells related to irrigated agriculture that have been sampled. The Sacramento Valley is in its 2nd year of that. And so while modeling gives you a look toward the future, I think you can begin to manage what you're measuring. And so what you're seeing in what we're seeing in the Sacramento Valley with our groundwater trend monitoring and our on-farm drinking water will allow us to focus and prioritize where we need to do additional outreach and create an awareness. And I would say this whole process, and I think Patrick was alluding to that in the comments he just made, has created an awareness that's of benefit to safe drinking water. And I know that that's important to our growers, who are also some of those who drink it. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you. And I think it's about your lunch hour there on the West Coast.
Thank you, Bruce. I think that does conclude that agenda item, unless there's any more comment or discussion. Denise?
Yes, I just wanted to comment. I mean, I've said this before in my, when I first got on the board, the coalitions play a role here just by being a part of the coalition to look collectively. Is it on? It's on.
Yeah, pull it up.
Okay, yeah, that the coalitions have played a part in just being a part of the coalitions to collectively look at how to improve and address nitrate problems as it relates to groundwater. And I'm also mindful of the fact that we have our environmental justice group that's here, and they have really been pushing and supporting vulnerable communities and the need to ensure safe drinking water for them. So my only comments are that the milestones that we're looking at, they've indicated that it's too modest. They make statements to the effect that the townships, some of them have been excluded. And I would just say to our staff, I know you're doing a tremendous amount of work to address all of these issues, but as the environmental justice groups are talking and when they're expressing the concerns about the vulnerable communities, they are bringing out facts that are significant to minimize, reduce the impacts to the vulnerable community. So I would like to make sure that those things are definitely taken into consideration as we move forward with this progress, because we have made progress, but I'm still having the same concerns that the environmental justice groups have raised. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of the presentations that have been given today by our staff, the coalitions, as well as environmental justice groups. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Denise. Any other comments? I think we'll wrap that agenda item up. And then the next two items, if I'm correct, Patrick, 10 and 11 have been postponed for a future board meeting. The Sierra Nevada Cheese Company.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think this. I was just going to check and see, as a matter of housekeeping, we've got items 15, 22, and 23 still on the agenda for today.
Right.
But I was trying to see if anybody's here to oppose item 22. We could go to the script and take care of that one before we break for lunch.
Okay, we can do that. So item 22, at this time, the board will consider rescission of a cease and desist order for Silva Brothers Dairy No. 1 in San Joaquin County. Again, if you would like to speak and you need to submit a speaker card there at the entrance. Is there anyone present who is contesting the proposed action and wishes to present evidence or testimony in this matter?
None in the room. Is there any online? I don't believe
Gene,
so.
is there anybody?
None listed on the blue card listing.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So since there is no one present to contest this matter, the board will proceed based on the agenda materials in the record. Are there any late revisions or staff comments?
No late revisions.
Does legal counsel have any issue to discuss at this time?
No legal issues.
Thanks, Jessica. Okay, the hearing is now closed and we get a motion.
Lee Reader moved to rescind the cease and desist order for the Silva Brothers Dairy No. 1.
Thank you. And we have Alina motion and Sean seconded. So Mindy, take the roll.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
and Chair Bradford.
Yes. Okay, I think we wrapped that one up quickly. So with that, we're going to take a lunch break. It is 12:45. See if we could be back at 1:15. Does that sound good? A half hour is enough, or? Okay, let's shoot for 1:15 then.
I checked with legal counsel. We had plan to discuss some of the litigation with the East San Joaquin, but I think we can postpone that to a later day. Jessica, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's
or,
fine.
or we could submit a memo to the board or something along those lines.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, so we don't have any closed session items.
No.
Okay, great.
Okay, good. So we'll just have 2 items after lunch then, number 15 and 23. Okay, thanks, everybody. We'll see you in a half hour or so.
If you are in the audience and you have not signed in at the front table up there, please do so.
Little longer for me. Good job, Ken.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. We've never met in person before.
Oh,
Really? Yeah.
Oh.
So much nicer than all that sweater. Do you? Yeah, like a steel crab trap. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Reparations. That's right.
Well, I mean, gluten is perfect. Yeah, I mean, my preference is to just do that. Then it's an hour.
So yeah, doing the same on the way back.
I might stay in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have transition notices for region 4 in like a 2-week period coming up this month in May. So there's a lot of deliberations who would basically be living in LA. Did you get to see any wildflowers coming down, or is it mostly just in the grapevine? I saw a lot of wildflowers on the drive.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I drove through there yesterday. I didn't see them.
Really?
Yeah.
They were like, I mean, it was like a super like almost.
Oh, yeah. I did see the purple.
Yeah. Some orange, some yellow.
Yeah, I do remember. My wife and I. I do remember. Good job, Dale. Sounds like we're gonna go for it. Yeah. I don't know. My hotel room, but
Okay, everyone's still there?
Okay, good. All right, back in action here. We discussed at lunch maybe moving item 23 up. Alex, if you can wait and do your oil field presentation. Item 23 is this City of Arvin. This is a time and place for a public hearing to consider a tentative cease and desist order for the City of Arvin, the Arvin Wastewater Treatment Facility in Kern County. The parties for this proceeding are as follows: the board's prosecution team and the City of Arvin. All other participants are considered interested persons. The prosecution team has a combined total of 30 minutes for direct testimony, cross-examination, and a closing statement. City of Arvin has a combined total of 30 minutes for the same. Interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes, and a timer will be used. All persons expecting to testify, please stand, raise your hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do. At this time, evidence shall be introduced on the following issue: whether the board should issue, reject, or modify the cease and desist order. The order of this hearing is as follows: testimony by the prosecution team, testimony by the City of Arvin, followed by cross-examination of the prosecution team, then cross-examination of the City of Arvin, then comments by interested persons, and a closing statement by the City of Arvin, followed by a closing statement from the prosecution team. So please state your name, affiliation, and whether you have taken the oath before testifying. If you are in person at the meeting, again, speaker cards are in the entrance to this room. If you're online and planning on commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID and password provided by board staff. If you have not already received this information, you can email us now at agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. That email address is agenda, followed by the number 5 with no space, at waterboards.ca.gov. Include speaker comment in the subject line so we can follow up with you. If any designated party is having technical difficulties, please notify us immediately by either raising your hand virtually on Zoom under the Participants tab, or if you are using a phone by pressing *9. You may also send an email to agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. If there are technical difficulties, we will stop the hearing to address these issues and will not resume until all designated parties can participate. Does the Regional Board Advisory Team Council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Not at this time, but I do want to make sure that the City of Arvin is all here. Are we missing anyone? Okay, great.
Good, thank you. Are there any procedural issues that the designated parties would like to raise? Hearing none, we will proceed with the prosecution testimony.
Good afternoon. We have a PowerPoint presentation, so if we can get that up on the screen.
Okay, I'm bringing that up right now.
Thank you.
Okay, you should see it.
That's not the correct presentation.
Let's see, that was dated 4/27.
believe it's dated 4/25.
The one I just brought up was dated 4/27, and it's the only one I have actually. Let's see. I have one other place it could be. Yeah, that is the only copy we have.
Gene, we can email these presentations to you if you need. There's both a presentation from the prosecution team and a presentation from Arvin. Do you have either one of those?
I do not. I'll need those, please.
Okay, should I email you directly?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Go ahead if you got them.
Patrick, that file I had just brought up was from Dale this morning for the prosecution team.
So I just sent it's 2 PDFs from the city of Arvin, named one arvinfarming.pdf and 2 Arvin water boards by city ppt.pdf, and then Jessica sent you the prosecution team's PowerPoint. You should be receiving them momentarily.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you know as soon as they come in. Okay, I've received the 2 PDFs. We could begin with those if you like. I have not received the others.
Just 1 minute. We'll begin with the prosecution team.
Okay. Still nothing yet. Okay, I've received those from Jessica. What would you like to start with?
I think they're the same. It's one's a PDF and one's a PowerPoint. Feel free to run the prosecution team's PowerPoint, and we'll take it from there.
Very good. Okay, I have Arvin, the CDO final presentation and 3 flavors of that, it looks like. I'll go with.
Hey, Gene.
Yes.
I'll run it.
Okay, I have this ready to go, Bob. Let's see if this is the correct one. If that looks correct.
That's the one.
There we go. Sorry for that confusion.
All right. Thank you for that, Gene. Good afternoon, Chair Bradford, members of the board. My name is Omar Mustafa. I'm a senior engineer in your Fresno office, and I have taken the oath. The item up for consideration is a cease and desist order for the City of Arvin wastewater treatment facility. Next slide, please. City of Arvin is in Kern County, approximately 15 miles southeast of the city of Bakersfield. The city has a population of approximately 20,000 residents and is designated by the state of California as a disadvantaged community. Next slide. During this presentation, I will be providing an overview of the city's wastewater storage and disposal practices, the city's violations of its waste discharge requirements, a discussion of the city's wastewater storage and disposal capacities, and justification for the cease and desist order. The proposed cease and desist order is somewhat unique in that it includes a restriction on new connections to the city's sewage collection system, which we will demonstrate is a necessary component of the proposed order. Next slide. The Arvin Wastewater Treatment Facility is located southwest of the city and is regulated by waste discharge requirements adopted by the board in the year 2000. Treated, undisinfected wastewater produced by the facility is stored in unlined ponds prior to disposal via discharge to land application areas. The waste discharge requirements authorize a discharge of up to 2 million gallons per day. Next slide. Historically, the land application areas have consisted of approximately 240 acres of city-owned land and approximately 1,200 acres of land owned and operated by a contract farmer. The city-owned land is outlined in green on this map, and the land owned by the contract farmer is outlined in red. Next slide. In March of 2021, the city's agreement with its contract farmer ended, resulted in the city losing access to significant amounts of land it had historically used for wastewater disposal. According to information submitted by the city engineer, this left the city with only 225 permitted irrigable acres of city-owned land for wastewater disposal. On December 8th of 2021, the city engineer contacted board staff and reported that the city's wastewater storage ponds were nearing capacity and that wastewater was seeping from the toe of the levee of Pond 3. Pond 3 is constructed largely above grade and is the city's largest storage pond. The city engineer indicated that in order to lower the pond levels, the city would need to over-apply wastewater to its permitted land application areas and also temporarily discharge wastewater to 2 additional unpermitted land application areas for emergency disposal. Next slide, please. This map shows the land application areas the city proposed to use for wastewater disposal. 2 of the land areas, which are outlined in red on the map, are not currently permitted by the waste discharge requirements for wastewater disposal, and they have not gone through the environmental and technical reviews necessary for board staff to determine if they can be permitted for wastewater disposal in the future. One of the unpermitted properties is a privately owned 75-acre parcel owned by an individual named Mr. Garcia, which we will refer to as the Garcia property. Next slide, please. Due to the seriousness of the information reported by the city engineer, board staff inspected the wastewater treatment facility, ponds, and land application areas on December 20th and 22nd of 2021. At the time of the inspections, board staff observed wastewater seeping from Pond 3 and observed that the water had flowed off-site to publicly accessible areas. Board staff was greatly concerned about the pond seepage, as the seepage of wastewater from Pond 3 threatened to cause failure of its levee, which, if the pond was full, would lead to the unauthorized discharge of nearly 140 acre-feet of undisinfected wastewater to public roads and adjacent properties not owned or controlled by the city. Next slide, please. Board staff also observed that the land application areas were oversaturated as they contained standing water and dying vegetation. Next slide. Board staff also observed that the city had installed unengineered berms approximately 3 feet high within one of the city-owned parcels proposed to be used for wastewater disposal, essentially creating an unauthorized wastewater pond. At the time of the December 2021 inspections, board staff did not observe any measures such as signage or fencing that would preclude public access to the bermed area or the undisinfected wastewater being discharged to it. Next slide. Based on observations made by board staff during the December 2021 inspections, the city violated its waste discharge requirements by failing to maintain Pond 3 in good working order, failing to keep its discharge within designated disposal areas, and for failing to apply wastewater to land application areas at reasonable rates. To date, these problems have not been resolved. Next slide, please. In November of 2021, the city began discharging wastewater from Pond 3 in an effort to lower the water level in the pond and stop the seepage. In December 2021, board staff began holding monthly meetings with city staff to monitor their progress. In June of 2022, city staff members reported that Pond 3 was dry and the seepage had stopped. They also reported that 90% design documents for repairing Pond 3 had been prepared by their consultant. In July of 2022, board staff issued a notice of violation to the city for the violations identified during the December 2021 inspections. Next slide, please. In August of 2022, the city submitted a draft technical report for the wastewater treatment facility with an analysis of the facility's storage and disposal capacities. The technical report indicated that the city has 387 acres of irrigable area available for wastewater disposal. It also indicated that Pond 3 would be repaired and in operation by the end of 2022, and that Ponds 1 and 2 required maintenance every other year. The report concluded that the city could manage its current design flows of approximately 1.3 million gallons per day using the reported 387 acres of land application areas and 282 acre feet of storage. Next slide, please. Board staff reviewed the city's technical report and found several issues. In regards to the proposed land application areas, the city is proposing to use areas that are not currently permitted. In addition, it appears that the city overestimated the irrigable area of the land application areas proposed to be used. Regarding the ponds, Pond 3 was not repaired by the end of 22 as anticipated in the report, and board staff estimates that it may take 2 years or longer for the pond to be repaired and back in full service. The city has applied for funding from the State Water Board to repair Pond 3. It will take 9 to 12 months for the city to obtain the funding and likely 1 year to construct improvements. Also, the city's proposed maintenance for Ponds 1 and 2 will render those ponds unusable for a significant amount of time, which will further reduce the city's wastewater storage capacity during the proposed maintenance periods. Next slide, please. In December of 2022, the city submitted a revised technical report including water and nitrogen balances. The revised report indicated that the city has 370 acres available to grow alfalfa and dispose of its wastewater, and the nitrogen balance in the report indicated that application of the city's wastewater to these land areas will not cause them to be overloaded with nitrogen. The revised report concluded that the city could manage its current design flows of 1.3 million gallons per day using the reported 370 acres of alfalfa and existing storage ponds. Next slide. Board staff reviewed the city's revised technical report and found several issues. Firstly, the revised report is not properly signed and stamped by a California licensed engineer, and it is missing appropriate data, calculations, and citations to support its claims. The water balance in the revised report is deficient, as it is reliant on the city's use of its largest effluent storage pond, Pond 3, which is currently in disrepair and will remain in disrepair for approximately 2 years. In regards to the proposed land application areas, again, the city is proposing to use areas that are not currently permitted for waste discharge, not currently permitted by the waste discharge requirements. Next slide. The nitrogen balance in the city's revised technical report is also deficient. The nitrogen balance is based on the city applying its wastewater to alfalfa and indicates that the land application areas will not be overloaded with nitrogen. Based on research reviewed by board staff, the amount of nitrogen taken up by alfalfa depends largely on its yield, and the uptake rates used in the city's revised report would require unrealistic yields of alfalfa. In addition, the nitrogen balance does not take into account that due to the city's lack of effluent storage capacity, it will be forced to irrigate during the winter when alfalfa is largely dormant and unable to effectively uptake nitrogen. This will result in higher nitrogen loading to the land application areas during the winter months and the potential for excess nitrogen to percolate to groundwater. Finally, the nitrogen balance does not consider nitrogen loading to the land application from other sources than the wastewater, such as fertilizers and supplemental irrigation water. Next slide. On January 18th, 2023, board staff conducted an additional inspection of the city's wastewater treatment facility, ponds, and land application areas. At the time of the inspection, board staff observed that the bermed area within one of the city's unauthorized land application areas contained large amounts of standing water, indicating that wastewater was not being applied at agronomic rates. Board staff also observed that Pond 3, while mostly empty, contained a shallow amount of wastewater. The city's wastewater operator explained that the city discharged wastewater into Pond 3 during January 2023, and board staff has since learned that the city has continued to discharge wastewater to Pond 3, even though it is in need of repairs. Based on board staff's observations during the January 2023 inspection that large amounts of wastewater is being applied to unauthorized land application areas at non-agronomic rates, and the fact that the city has been using Pond 3 for effluent storage while it is in disrepair, indicates that the city does not currently have adequate storage and disposal capacity to manage its current wastewater flows. Next slide. On March 14th and 15th of 2023, the city submitted a copy of its lease agreement with its current contract farmer and a separate agreement between its contract farmer and Mr. Garcia for farming of the Garcia property. Board staff reviewed these documents and determined that they do not support the contention that the city will have adequate land application area for disposal of its wastewater. One of the major issues with the city's lease with its contract farmer is that it only describes use of wastewater for irrigation on city-owned land permitted by the waste discharge requirements. It does not describe irrigation of the unauthorized land areas being proposed for use by the city or use of any privately owned land for wastewater disposal. In regards to the agreement between the city's contract farmer and Mr. Garcia, the agreement makes no mention of the city or use of its wastewater for irrigation. The agreement also states that approximately 25 acres of the Garcia property would be set aside for a future development and for a research facility, thus decreasing the potential irrigable area of the property. Another issue with both agreements is that they indicate plans for converting the properties to hemp production rather than alfalfa. And based on board staff's review of information regarding hemp cultivation, hemp typically requires much less water, approximately 1/2 to 2/3, for irrigation of hemp compared to alfalfa. Next slide, please. On April 17th, 2023, the city submitted another revised water balance and use area management plan report. Board staff reviewed the revised report and found that it does not adequately address previously identified deficiencies or provide new information that supports the contention that the city has adequate storage and disposal capacity for its wastewater. One issue with the revised water balance is that it is based on irrigation demands for alfalfa and does not consider irrigation demands for future hemp cultivation. The water balance also does not consider that during winter months, irrigation demands will be at least partially offset by precipitation, and the city will need additional storage capacity for its wastewater compared to other times during the year. The nitrogen balance in the revised report is also deficient, as it is based on nitrogen data for one effluent sample collected in January 2023 rather than historic nitrogen data. The nitrogen balance is also based on unrealistic uptake rates for alfalfa and does not include nitrogen balance calculations for hemp cultivation. Next slide. This map shows the land areas the city has proposed to use for disposal of its wastewater. Areas outlined in green are permitted by the waste discharge requirements, and areas outlined in red are not currently permitted for wastewater disposal. The total acreage of the land areas is approximately 438 acres. Board staff has analyzed APN maps and aerial images of the parcels and found that of the 438 total acres, only about 352 acres are irrigable. This is due to features such as ponds, canals, well pads, buffer areas, and 25 acres of the Garcia property that will be set aside for a future development and for a research facility. Of the approximately 352 irrigable acres proposed to be used by the city, 149 of those acres have not been permitted, and as indicated previously, based on the limited information board staff has received regarding the land areas, it is unclear whether those areas can be properly permitted in the future. Next slide. In 2007, the city submitted an engineering report that included an analysis of the wastewater treatment facility's storage and disposal capacities. The engineering report indicated that ponds 1, 2, and 3 provide 282 acre-feet of total storage capacity, and that with that amount of storage capacity, the city needs 725 acres of land application areas to accommodate its permitted flow limit of 2 million gallons per day. Currently, based on the city's most recent water balance and use area management plan report, as well as board staff's analysis of available irrigable land disposal area, the city is operating with only 126 acre-feet of storage capacity, 40 acres of which may be unavailable at any given time due to maintenance, and approximately 352 irrigable areas of disposal area, 149 acres of which are not currently permitted for wastewater disposal. This means that based on the city's report, it is currently operating with only 45% of the storage capacity and only 49% of the disposal area necessary to accommodate its permitted flow limit. Next slide. The city's most recent water balance indicates that its current capacity is approximately 1.27 million gallons per day. If 282 acre-feet of storage and 725 acres of application area are necessary for a discharge of 2 million gallons per day, then 126 acre-feet of storage and 352 acres of land disposal area is less than what is necessary to accommodate current design flows. Next slide. The city does not have adequate wastewater storage and disposal capacity for its permitted flows and has not demonstrated that it has adequate capacity to accommodate its current design flows. As we have demonstrated, Pond 3 is currently in need of repairs, and it may take 2 years or longer until it is repaired. It is also unknown how much time it will take the city to acquire additional land application areas and have them permitted. Therefore, the proposed cease and desist order is necessary to ensure that the city can return to compliance with its waste discharge requirements and operate with adequate wastewater storage and disposal capacity. Next slide. The proposed cease and desist order would require the city to be in full compliance with its waste discharge requirements within 2 years. To accomplish this, the city would be required to submit a report of waste discharge with technical reports describing proposed short-term actions to repair Pond 3 and require more land application areas, and a technical report describing the city's long-term plans for upgrading its wastewater treatment facility. Given that the city does not have the capacity to deal with existing flows, the cease and desist order also includes a sewage connection restriction, which would prohibit new connections to the city's sewage collection system, with some exceptions. This would limit potential increases in the city's wastewater flows. The connection restriction will remain in effect until removed by the board. The city has raised concerns that the connection restriction will inhibit economic development. However, once the city has demonstrated that it has adequate storage and disposal capacity and can operate in compliance with its waste discharge requirements, Board staff will bring the cease and desist order back to the board to consider its rescission. Next slide. To address the city's concerns regarding the sewage connection restrictions' potential effects on the city's growth, the cease and desist order includes specific provisions that allow exceptions to the sewage connection restriction. These exceptions include projects that were issued a building permit prior to today's hearing date and projects that would alleviate an extreme public hardship or public health problem. The board may also grant additional exceptions to the sewage connection restriction upon finding that the city has met certain conditions described in the cease and desist order. These conditions include demonstration by the city that it has the means to complete corrective actions necessary to achieve compliance with its waste discharge requirements, and that those corrective actions will be implemented in the shortest practicable time. Next slide. During the public comment period for the proposed cease and desist order, board staff received comments from the city and also from the Honorable David G. Valadeo, United States Representative. The primary concerns outlined in the city's and in Mr. Valadeo's comments were that the cease and desist order would stop economic growth in the city and would also not allow the city to proceed with planned developments, including a community college, supermarket, and low-income housing project. Next slide. The prosecution team recognizes that the sewage connection restriction has the potential to impact growth and development of the city due to the city being unable to connect new developments to its sewage collection system. However, we believe that the restriction is necessary as the addition of new connections to the city's sewer system will only worsen the city's current issue of not having adequate wastewater storage and disposal capacity. Once again, the connection restriction would not apply to developments that were issued building permits prior to today's hearing date, and the cease and desist order does allow the board to grant exceptions to the sewage connection restriction. Next slide, please. In summary, the city of Arvin is operating with insufficient wastewater storage and disposal capacity. As a result, it is violating its waste discharge requirements by oversaturating its land application areas with wastewater and discharging wastewater to unauthorized areas. The city's largest storage pond is currently in need of repairs, and under the best case scenario, it will likely be 2 years or longer until the pond is repaired. The cease and desist order is necessary to ensure that the city will take necessary actions to correct its storage and disposal capacity issues and operate in compliance with its waste discharge requirements within a reasonable timeline. The prosecution team recommends adoption of the cease and desist order as proposed. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation. We request that this presentation and our evidentiary submittals be entered into the record, and the prosecution team is now available to take any comments or questions. Thank you.
If I may, Chair Bradford, members of the board, we are proposing a couple of late revisions. We have emailed them to the city. I don't know if they've had a chance to talk about them. We can pull up the original slide that Gene tried to put up and walk through those with you real quick, or we can do that at a different time, whatever pleases you, since there's going to be other parts to this hearing.
I'd suggest that we move to next phase.
Okay.
Are there any questions or comments at this time?
That was a good presentation. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you.
Just to let the prosecution team know, you have 5 minutes left of your time.
Good afternoon. I heard that something was submitted to the city of Arvin late. We have not received anything.
Yeah, I believe the prosecution team today sent late revisions. It was sent.
Couple proposed tweaks, push
Yeah.
back one of the deadlines from July to, I believe, October. And
A change to finding 14. It was sent at 1:08 PM, and I believe they're planning on putting it up on the board later. So if you haven't received it,
Yeah, we haven't received that. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't hear something
Yeah.
wrong up there.
yeah.
Okay.
So I believe now we're going to hear some testimony from the city of Arvin.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jerry Limas. I'm the project manager for the operations of the wastewater treatment plant. I work under the company's name Veolia. The only thing that I want to testify that my flow, my average flow for 2022 was a 1.08. So I'm not sure if that is being taken into consideration.
Excuse me, can you confirm you took the oath before testifying?
Oh, sure.
Oh, did you take it?
No, I did not.
Okay, let's see, where is it? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If
I do.
so, say yes. Thank you.
I do. So let's continue. Just to make sure, I think the average flow for the wastewater treatment plant is 1.08. And also, I think that the next one is about an email that was sent to us authorizing or suggesting, or however anybody wants to. It was not sent it to me, it was sent it to the previous engineer, city engineer, and he just forwarded to me about the discharge of an unauthorized land. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Did my PowerPoint presentation get on as well?
Yeah.
Did it? I wasn't sure.
Which one? Which of the two?
I have Arvin Farming and Water Boards by City.
Is that? Doesn't sound like it, does it? No.
Arvin Farming is much larger. We
Yeah,
could start.
large.
Well, this would be a late submittal by the city if the board would consider that. I've got a PowerPoint. I don't know if you could plug it in and use it, but it's just to help the engineer walk through some of the data points for you. They're also submitted in evidence from the city previously, but we just received it today from the engineer. So if the board would permit it, I've got it on a thumb drive here.
So we have your presentation from before. It's called Arvin Water Board. Is that?
It's going to be a different one.
this is additional
This would be an
data
additional.
or additional PowerPoint that they did not previously submit.
So does it have new information that the prosecution team hasn't seen yet?
It does not. It has information taken from evidence that was previously submitted.
Just a summary of.
Just a summary of some of the tables.
Okay. Hang on for just a second here. Yeah, well, let's have take a 5-minute break and let the prosecution team view it because the presentations were required to be submitted ahead of time.
Yeah, so let's give it 5 minutes and we'll reconvene.
Thank you, Bob. I did just receive it. But I see you have it up.
Okay, looks like we're up and running.
Okay. Honorable Chairman Bradford, members of the board, regional board management staff. My name is Mona Guards. I'm here on behalf of the city of Arvin. I'm here to present on the effluent disposal facilities under current and future scenarios.
And could you confirm that you took the oath, please?
I was walking in when they had it, so if we need to, yes, I can do that.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is true?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, next slide. Yes, so just a quick outline, introduction, effluent facilities, talk about the water balance, talk about the nitrogen balance, and then some real quick final points. Go ahead, next slide. Just real quick blurb on myself, principal engineer, Canon. I started my career at the regional board, so I do kind of know all the backgrounds and such. Well, student at Fresno State, UCLA Masters, also worked at the LA Regional Board, was able to do that. And I was blessed with able to teach a couple quarters of wastewater and water design for Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And then I've been working for the city of Arvin off and on since 1998, so I know Arvin well. And so again, I'm here to discuss the Arvin effluent disposal facilities. The metaphor I like to use is this, during this winter, basically these guys have survived their maiden voyage under the current facilities, and they are bringing this full 370 acres into production. Go ahead, next slide. So my conclusion is, yes, they do have a capacity for 1.27 MGD, which is slightly more than their current flows. That's with the utilization of pond 1, 2, and 4, and then farm acreage of 370. I know we're kind of not in agreement exactly what that is, but farm 370 acres is what I use for balance. The percolation value that I use in the balance is half the recommended. Pond 4 is experiencing higher percolation again, but I use half. And then we'll talk a little about the pond maintenance itself. Essentially, during the summer months, the irrigation demand is so much greater than the effluent being produced. They can literally dry up the ponds if they needed to. A lot of times they keep it full just from a management standpoint. So they do have the capability to do some of the pond maintenance that is discussed in the report. Next slide. You've seen this slide already. Essentially, it's our take and accounting of the land that's used for our irrigation, water balance, and nitrogen balance. Does have all the setbacks in the standard provisions, the wells, properties, and so forth. Next slide. So the water balance scenario, 1.27, and slightly more than existing flow. Pond storage, 126. Farm available for farming is 370. And there's the scenarios there. Again, I want to point out the pond percolation is half the value of the recommended by a soils engineer on the fields just south of pond 3. That's what we're using for pond 2 and pond 1, as well as pond 4. And the crop in this water balance is alfalfa. Next slide, please. So here's a quick summary of the numbers. Essentially, of the effluent being generated from the facility, due to evaporation, percolation, precipitation, you really only have 1,200 acres available for effluent irrigation. The alfalfa itself has a 2,100 acre feet demand to satisfy its water thirst. And so they will have to introduce supplemental water in order to satisfy the irrigation demand of the alfalfa on 370 acres. The pond capacities, 126. The end result is 117 acre feet. It will get full essentially towards the end of winter. Next slide, please. And then from a nitrogen balance, we have a 20 milligrams per liter concentration for nitrogen. That was, I'm taking it right from the sampling and analysis that the regional board staff has taken. I do agree, it is a one sample point. They do not currently sample for total nitrogen on the effluent, so that could be monitored. But if you quantify that concentration and the amount of effluent available, we can come up with a 66,000, almost 67,000 pounds total that are going to be applied on the field. So you spread that over 370 acres, you only have 181 pounds that you can apply physically. That's all it's generating. The alfalfa, its uptake allowable is 480. That's how much nitrogen it wants. So you're really only applying about 40% of the nitrogen. Next slide, please. Already kind of mentioned the pond maintenance. Pond can be emptied in late summer when the irrigation demand is much greater than the actually effluent being generated. Deep ripping operation, if they manage this properly, and this team can manage that as a team, maybe about 1 month, it would take some time to dry one and then allow it to dry. Not send water to one, allow it to dry. And the deep ripping operation is, if you line up the right contractor or you got the right equipment, it's really only a 3 to 5 day operation. These current ponds 1 and 2, probably a 3-day operation. Percolation is only half the recommended. If we use the full, there'd be some more disposal capacity in that fashion. Pond 4, as you'll hear from Trent Farming, it's realizing a much higher percolation. I couldn't use a larger number because we don't actually have physical data. And then Pond 3 design improvements, they're ready for construction. You know, the bottleneck is in the financing, and the city's doing everything they can currently to pursue that financing through the state. Next slide. So if there's any questions, that's the summary of my presentation. Everything you heard is essentially in the letter report that was dated April 17, 2023.
Okay, thank you, Armando. If there aren't any questions or comments, cross-examination by the prosecution team follows this, unless there are more people from the city of Arvin want to speak.
We have more people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I need to be sworn in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't see you waving your hand at me there. Is the testimony you're about to provide the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just state your name.
My name is Dr. Trent Jones. I'm actually a clinician, retired doctor, so I'm not an engineer by any stretch. Our group manages the farms, starting in April. We have a PowerPoint, if you can put it up. Should say the Arvin
The
Water
PDF.
Board. I'm sorry?
I think it was sent over as a PDF, Gene.
I didn't send it in, so I'm not sure.
Okay. I have Arvin Farming.
I believe so. So I'm going to go more of the city of Arvin is the faucet and the farm is the bucket. But the calculations are solid and the engineers will want to look at it. But the key on this is the timeline for us. We came in on April 21, 213 acres farmable ground in the entire, it's about 242 acres in total. The tank started leaking in September. By year end, there's an effluent emergency. We end up, and the numbers could be a bit variable, 550, 600 million gallons, but basically, if the city's putting out 400 million gallons a year, the emergency was we went into the fields and the fields that are of concern that they say that might not be usable were historically farmed and received that water historically. So we went into those areas and basically we emptied tanks 1, 2, and 3 within, and this is important, during the winter months of October 21 through October 22. It's the coldest time of the year, least amount of evaporation, et cetera, and a single crop of alfalfa. And what's been left out also is what's called Pond 4. That's been in operation since 1999. That pond is a 12-acre pond that has extreme percolation capacity. And so we ended up draining all those tanks into taking the effluent in that year, a lot of cold and less evaporation on a total of 263 acres plus Pond 4. So we worked, Arvin is terribly disadvantaged as far as a city. So we went ahead and engaged and repaired the irrigation to the 2 farms that were added. And one being the Garcia, one being the reserve for the city. And during that time, if you would look at basically from November of 22 through April of current, is again, we end up receiving on at that point now we're at 380 acres and we're double cropping. And this is important. The double crop is a winter blend 3-way grass along then with Sudan grass as well. And the actual tonnage is 13 tons an acre. And there's your nitrogen issue. And there is, we just started harvesting, which I'll show you a couple pictures, but started harvesting now. And the first cutting is going to be at least 3 tons. And normally it's a 1-ton cut, typically. So that water is being used, the nitrogen is being used and assimilated through the plants and converted into good chemistry. Also, during that November 22 to April 23, now on this slide, I have 18 inches of rain. That's what the local anecdotal was on, but I went to the Arvin Water Board or Arvin, where they storage the water. They say it's 10.2 inches. So I refigured the math at 10.2. 10.2 is 102 million gallons of rainwater that went on the 380 acres of ground. That's not included in the calculations. And the reason I'm saying the faucet and the bucket, this bucket will hold a lot more water that's being given credit for, because we went from a single crop of alfalfa to, and including the Payne Pond 4, and then adding these crops, we actually, and under Armando's numbers, he's looking at that we're actually going to be at a deficit to not have enough water of the effluent to actually water all the plants. An example being, and we purposely in April, we literally took all of the effluent from the city during this month of April, which probably averaged 75 degrees at best during the day, and put 100% of the effluent on 25% of the land. So it shows you that the perk capacity is there. And honestly, over the 2-year period, there's really been 1 billion gallons between rainwater and draining the ponds. Pond 3 is no longer an issue. We can run that facility now without Pond 3 and not have any concern on water and where to put it. And then let's go to the next slide, though. I want to go through some pictures real quick so you can see. That one basically describes what I just said. So go ahead and go to the next one. Because when the emergency was declared, it was Clay basically said, listen, empty these ponds. The worst thing that could happen is this pond hemorrhages. So we emptied it. And in it, the area, please go to the next slide, please. Yeah, just scroll if you don't mind. And this is really visual more than anything, so you can understand that prosecution teams' pictures of a standing water pond and not using the water appropriately, it was originally used to literally reduce.
Please scroll down to the next slide, Gene.
Yes.
Yeah, you keep going. Keep going. There you go. There's the repairs. Now, Now, also, while we're at it though, that chart will show you that what we started with and what we have now, and again, 215 acres to 380, that's double cropped, that really ends up being, you know, if prosecution team thinks you need 725 acres, you don't, based on what we've seen over the last 2 years. But you certainly have an excess of 500 acres in summer and winter crop and its ability to absorb the water. And the 12 acre pain pond, which is included in the green section for the prosecution team, that's not included in any of the calculations. And in it, that pond by itself, if the city puts out 1.1 million gallons, 7.7 million in a week, that pond by itself, winter or summer, can take a week's supply and percolate it within that 7-day window. And you can empty that in 3 days into that pond. And so that pond, along with adding the city reserve, and then also the 77 acres it's referred to as the Garcia, we have control over that farm. We have no issues with it. We have a long-term model, and the original family, they're in some financial things they're working through, and the city has emails of them saying, use this for the water and the ability to use the 77 acres. So we have complete control of that. That plant's not going to go away. Also, just keep going through. Basically, that's the recent cut. That's a significant amount. If anybody knows when they cut hay, that's a lot of hay. Keep going, please. Go all the way. Actually, you don't have that picture, but there's Carlos. He's here with us, but that guy worked his tail off to literally save that city, because Arvin would have been gone if that tank would have blew, and it was him and his team that made sure it didn't happen. And I think just the takeaway is, I think asking the board to give the city the time to truly show the numbers and look at real engineering based on Armando came in a little bit later, and some of the reports didn't include the percolation rates that we see. They didn't have the data, and we'll provide all the data you need. That's the Garcia farm, by the way. That's the 75 acres today. Keep going, please.
No, that's the last slide, sir.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, all right, because this is a little different than what I got. In it, and the nitrogen position also is not a concern, because of you're using the three-way and the Sudan grass as well, and that's not included with the alfalfa. Sudan will put out 10 tons an acre through the fall months. So we're rotating, doing that. And as of today, we're planting another field today. We'll continue to add. And we're invested into the model for the long term. Okay? That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Hand up.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give today is the truth?
I do. May I ask for a time check, please? 12 minutes, 30 seconds. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jeff Jones. I serve as the city manager for the city of Arvin. I also serve as the city's finance director. And I appreciate allowing this matter to be presented here in Bakersfield instead of having us to travel to, say, Reading for it. So I really appreciate that. I'm here to present the economic situation and the disadvantaged community status of the city of Arvin. I also have a PowerPoint, if that could be please brought up.
That's the last.
Sure. Happy to. I'm not sure what it's called.
It's called City of Arvin Present.
It's the other PDF.
Got it. Thank you.
While we're waiting for that, I'd like to mention that my understanding of the water code is that when the board makes a decision, you need to consider, in addition to the environmental impacts, the economic impacts to a city, especially an economic disadvantaged city like Arvin, and also environmental justice. So let's talk about the city of Arvin. Arvin is a disadvantaged rural community, linguistically isolated and impoverished. Community faces burdens related to water, air pollution, pesticides, arsenic, and TCPs. Next slide, please. Arvin is a smaller rural community that, despite limited staff capacity and funding options, Arvin must continue to work towards climate resiliency to better health outcomes for all residents, including those people with respiratory problems, chronic diseases, and effect from heat. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Population of Arvin, 19,669, 94% Hispanic or Latino, 4% non-Hispanic white. Next slide, please. Language speaking, next slide, please. Arvin places in the 97th percentile in California for linguistic isolation. In other words, 89% people speak a language other than English at home, with Spanish being the dominant at 86%. So people are very English challenged. Next slide, please. Education-wise, Arvin places in the 99th percentile of California for low educational attainment. As of 2020, only 39% of people over the age of 25 have a high school degree. 25%, 38.9% only with a high school. Only 2.2% have a bachelor's. So that means that 61% of the city did not finish high school. Next slide, please. In respects to poverty, Arvin is in the 100th percentile in the state for poverty. In 2020, the poverty rate was 32%. The average median income is only $39,750, and 5% have an average income of less than $10,000. Approximately 36% of children live below the poverty level. 91% qualify for free or reduced meals in the schools. Next slide, please. Regarding pollution, as you may have heard, Arvin has some of the worst air in the nation. Because of our bowl situation at the end of the San Joaquin Valley, residents are subject to emissions from cars, trucks, and industrial operations from nearby and across the valley. Due to its geographic nature, these emissions are not able to ventilate and remain stagnant within the area. Arvin places within the 95th to 97th percentile for ozone and the 98th to 99th percentile for PM 2.5. Okay, next slide, please. According to the Cal EnviroScreen 4.0, we're obviously between the 75th and 100th percentile. And again, I won't go over again the burdens we have. Next slide. Okay, we're stuck. Okay, 75%. Again, next slide after that one, please. I'll skip that one as well. Now I'll talk to my wheelhouse, the financial overview. Arvin ranks number 417 out of 421 cities statewide in per capita sales tax revenue. We get no sales tax revenue. Arvin has no hotel, no chain restaurants, no car dealerships, not even a used car dealership, one bank, and one grocery store. The estimated sales tax bleed outside of the city is over 70%. As an example, in last year, and these numbers are from the State Franchise Tax Board, Arvin received $1,192,000 in sales tax dollars. Right above us in the mountain, Tehachapi received $4,371,000. So 1.192 to 4.371, and Tehachapi has 35% less people than Arvin. Arvin really has no revenue streams. Next slide, please. 5 years ago, Arvin had a negative general fund balance and was looking at a 1.5 or 25% deficit of the general fund for the upcoming year. Fortunately, a recovering economy, prudent budgeting, and efficient spending have turned things around. As of March 30th, 2022, Arvin has a balanced budget and a positive general fund balance. In fact, by the end of 23, I expect the city to have about $1.8 million in general fund balance, which is 25% of 1 year's general fund, which is what the Government Financial Officers Association recommends for a healthy city, about 25% of a general fund balance. Next slide, please. City management currently predicts modest growth while maintaining a balanced budget over the next 3 years. That was before we had this catastrophe of Pond 3. This projected economic growth is critical to the city because in addition to ongoing inflation, which impacts all budgets, the Kern County Fire Services increased its cost for fire protection services by over 50% over 3 years. We're paying $700,000 in 2022 to about $1 million in 2025, and it's going to increase to $1.4 million in 2028. Why this number is important is that the city of Arvin only has a general fund balance of about $7 million a year. So by 2028, we're expecting to have to spend 20% of our general fund just in fire protection. I don't know of any other cities in the state that have to spend 20% in fire protection. Normally, it's your police that have the majority of the general fund. 20% for fire is just a huge burden for Arvin. And quite frankly, we're depending on future economic development growth to cover this potential deficit. Next slide, please. City staff is at a minimum. In fact, I looked the other day, this is not evidence, but I'll mention it. In 1992, the city staff was 46. In 2000, and the population was about 9,000. In 2023, the population doubled, but we only increased city staff by 8 people. So we're lean and mean in Arvin. The city manager is also the city's finance director. There is no community development director. The only department staffed to a basic service level is the police department, which has the recommended staffing level of 1 officer for 1,000 citizens. City facilities are outdated. The City Hall Police Department is over 50 years old. 2 of the largest parks need major water line reconstruction and rehabilitation. Next slide, please. Several retail operations have expressed interest in setting up shop in Arvin. The implementation of a CDO will probably make those operators think twice about building in Arvin. Should economic growth stop, the city will be looking at personnel budget cuts by 2026, if nothing else, due to the fire contract I mentioned earlier. And as stated earlier, we don't have any more positions to cut. Next slide, please. So let's talk about future development and what it looks like for the city of Arvin. Arvin does not project a lot of additional wastewater flow over the next 3 years. What are we actually projecting? Well, right now we're at 1.12 million gallons per day. Divide that by the population and you get 57 gallons per day per person. Next slide, please. We estimate that we have right now, even under a limited situation, we can increase from 1.2 to 1.27, which is an increase of 150,000 gallons. Okay. So what is the expected development in the next 2 years for the city? We have 1 housing tract of about 120 homes, and using that 57 gallons per person, that comes out to about a use of 28,500 gallons per day. We expect infill ADUs, another 100 homes, 400 people, 22,800 gallons per day. Next slide, please. We have, finally, the Arvin campus of Kern Community College is under construction and will be completed in the next 2 years. The average per use per day per student based on high school numbers is 0.031, so the community college is only going to use about 1,000 gallons per day wastewater. That's based on high school studies. Additional retail, we're still determining that, but that if you look at industrial retail, such as a fast food stop, and even a supermarket, the majority of those people are going to use their facilities at home and not the facilities in the stores or shops. So there's not going to be really a lot of increase per industrial increase, as we probably don't expect a lot of outer towners to come into Arvin based on our current development growth. So basically, we're expecting an increase of about 70,000 gallons over the next 2 years, or half of which we believe we can accommodate, 1.27. Next slide, please. So in closing, Arvin believes it has the storage and land to handle current wastewater flows plus an additional 13%. A cease and desist order with underlying commercial and residential growth moratorium will cripple the city, perhaps even to the point of disenfranchisement within 5 years. We're that close to the line, guys. Should the city be forced to dissolve, the event would be terrible for the citizens of Arvin. Next slide, please. So here's our ask. If the CDO is issued, and by the way, we appreciate the extension to October on the technical report. That was going to be one of our asks, and we appreciate that already being granted. So thank you for that. If the CDO is issued, the city of Arvin requests that it be limited in scope so that all commercial and any minor residential development defined as under 10 units be not subject to the CDO, that we can approve it internally. City staff will continue to meet monthly with members of the regional board, and city staff will report all new connections to the water board. So in other words, our ask is let us continue our retail development and our minor housing, so we don't have to go asking for permission for every single house. If it gets above 10, then yes, we'll go to ask the board for permission. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers from the city of Arvin?
And the city just used all its time. I commend you. That was like exactly 30 minutes to the second. I've been doing this for a number of years. I don't think I've quite seen that. On a dime. Fantastic.
Hopefully that'll make it favorable.
Thank you.
Oh, city manager. Yes, city manager.
The city manager and the finance director. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we're finished with the city of Arvin testimony, I think it's now time for any cross-examination of the prosecution team.
Did you say of the prosecution team?
That's
or by
what it
the
says in my
prosecution
notes,
team?
but I don't think
Okay.
that's right, yeah. By, yeah.
Yeah, so this is Naomi Rubin for the prosecution team, and we have no cross-examination at this time. I believe we have 5 minutes left, and we would like to reserve that for closing argument. Thank you.
Is there any cross-examination by the city of Arvin?
I believe we have time.
If you really want to, you can ask for more time to do cross-examination.
Okay, granted.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hodges. I'm the city attorney for the city of Arvin. I've really only got one question, and since there was only one presenter, I know who I'm going to be asking a question of. My question relates to what numbers were actually considered when determining the amount of capacity that the city could bring in, as well as, or could dispose of. The numbers it appears look like it's a 2.0 number that was used, potentially a 1.3 number that was used. However, the state receives information, reports from the city every single month showing what the average daily flow is. Additionally, in evidence, the average daily flow is 1.08. So my question is, did you consider that number in making your determination that the city does not have adequate land or storage capacity within tank 1, 2, and 4 when coming to your conclusions?
Omar Mustafa with the prosecution team. We did review and receive the city's monitoring reports, and we are aware that average flow for 2022 was about 1.08. The 1.3 and 2.0 figures came from engineering reports submitted by the city of Arvin, 2 million gallons per day being the permitted flow limit in the permit. And the disposal and storage capacities were analyzed for a flow of 2 million gallons per day in the city's 2007 engineering report. The design flow was reported as 1.3 million gallons per day in 2 of the city's submitted water balances, and 1.27 was what was provided in the city's most recent water balance report dated April 17th of this year.
I believe the 1.27 was the amount of capacity that could be essentially stored and disposed of by the city, correct?
Yes, that's what the engineering report indicates. We don't believe that to be true, and that's based on our analysis as well as field observations where, wastewater is pretty much being stacked on unpermitted land application areas. And, the water balance may show one thing, but when we do our inspections and there's standing water in land application areas, and the city has built up berms so that those areas can hold even more water than, had the berms not been there, that's all evidence to us that the city does not have adequate capacity, no matter what the engineering reports say. The other issue is that Pond 3 is in disrepair and they're continuing to use it. We've been holding our monthly meetings with the city as outlined in our presentation. And during the most recent April monthly meeting, Jerry Lemus, the wastewater operator for the city, reported that Pond 3 contained about 6 feet of wastewater in it. So we believe that, we have done an adequate review of the engineering reports the city has submitted, and we've also taken other factors into account, such as our field observations and what's been reported by the city in monthly updates.
In those field observations, did you consider the actual harvest that was taking place, or have you been down to observe that harvest and that there is no standing water out there and the plants are growing, uptaking nitrogen, taking all the water, and in fact needing additional water to continue growing, or the consideration that there is now multiple crops planted so that there's a crop growing during the summer months and a crop growing through to the winter months as well? Was that considered?
Objection. I'm just going to ask that you restate the question, as that is extremely compound. There are a number of questions in there.
Okay. Have you observed, you say that
I think you did use your one question, so.
I'm sorry, but he opened it up with that response.
I know that the time limitations were for one additional question. If you'd like more time for cross-examination, you direct the request at the board chair.
And I would request additional time. I could go on for a while, but I don't know how long you will permit. If no additional time is granted, that's acceptable as well. I think the city has made its point pretty clear that it currently has a flow of 1.08. It can handle up to 1.27. The crops are being irrigated properly. They're growing, they're absorbing the nitrogen, they're absorbing the water. They can take an additional amount of water, and that's going to be necessary in order to continue to have those plants grow. The water balance table shows that they can take 150,000 more gallons. That's half of what the city's projecting the growth could be. And so once again, we just respectfully request that if a CDO be issued, it be limited in scope to not include commercial development as well as any minor residential development. And you allow the city to just authorize such small development that will have very little impact on the actual wastewater treatment.
I absolutely appreciate that. I think you just saw both the both the discharger and the prosecution team make excellent use of time off the clock right there to advance their arguments. Just an observation, if permitted by the board, and I think I really thank every one of both of your teams for presenting the case here today. If I may, I would suggest that we do grant the city some time for a closing statement. And before that, I'd like to just present a couple observations after listening to the testimony here today, and maybe they can be addressed in the closing statement. I don't know, 2 minutes or something along those lines. It's difficult from where we sit. So as members of the advisory team, we look at the proposed order. And one of the things that I was looking for in the testimony by the discharger, by the city here, it is really, unfortunately, the crux of the matter is these are unpermitted discharges. The permit that you've got right now is based off a 1998 report of waste discharge that came into the board. You got your permit. It says, this is the water balance. This is the projections. These are the lands that we're going to be discharging to. And here are the requirements that we propose that the board issue. And in 2000, the board issued those requirements. Somewhere between then and now, things went sideways. And it may still be the case. And I actually think that there's a good argument to be made that there is a lot of capacity at the plant, even on the limited acreage, perhaps to dispose of the wastewater that you have right now, putting aside the nitrate issue, because I think virtually every single treatment plant, unless they're on advanced tertiary, we're seeing nitrate impacts right underneath the plants. They just don't scavenge enough. The web of roots cannot pull every molecule of nitrate out, and we are seeing nitrate impacts even at the best managed facilities, unless they have nitrification, denitrification built into their plants. So we'll put that issue aside for now. That is as much our problem as it is your problem, to be quite honest. We're working on that. That was part of the presentation earlier today. But we still have a facility that is non-compliant with its waste discharge requirements, and in a pretty big way. The report said this is how we propose to discharge. That's not what's happening out there at all. And then I think Omar's point is very well taken too. I know that your consultant came in, and the way he phrased it was very artful, in that if everything happens perfectly, we have the capability to deep rip these ponds, dry it out, just the right conditions. You can do it in a month. It rarely is done in a month, has kind of been our experience. So we're kind of on the razor's edge, at least is what I see it at best, with Pond 3 out of commission. So I think the cease and desist order at its core, what it's asking for, the two main asks from a permitting standpoint are, number one, let's get that permit updated. Let's get Omar and his team and the permitting team to see some numbers that actually reflect the practices that are going on right now, as opposed to an exchange back and forth of what was alleged to have happened, and what can the ground uptake, can the alfalfa uptake. Maybe put in some requirements that don't do hemp, that's not going to pull up enough water, and put those in some actual requirements that make sense moving forward. So that's the first ask of the cease and desist order. The second ask really is to upgrade the pond, and I think they try and give sufficient time for state funding so that you're not impacted at the local level essentially, I mean, this is what state dollars are supposed to be for. You know, a very impoverished community needs to upgrade their pond, which is leaking. I think that's also appropriate. So it seems like we don't have too much disagreement on those two components of the cease and desist order. And so we then get to the connection restriction. And I think, you know, love it if you discussed it a little bit more during the closing statements, because I think we're on track, at least for the first two components of that cease and desist order, especially with the timing pushed back a little bit more and give you some more breathing room there. So the third component is the connection restriction. We've got a couple of those that we've adopted in the past. The Central Valley Water Board has one for on-site sewage treatment systems in the city of Chico. The executive officer, so that falls on me these days, it's an old one, dates back to 1990, can authorize exceptions to that, you know, for exactly the reasons that you're kind of presenting today. After the town of Paradise burned down, they had a lot more people come in, and they're not a rich community by any stretch of the imagination. Neither were the people coming in from Paradise. So we granted those exceptions. So I think what we would propose is, you know, as the advisory team, maybe can kind of split the difference here, is that we have the cease and desist order adopted almost as is, but include a provision for the executive officer, that's me, upon a showing, you know, that you're making due diligence, that you're continuing to talk with the regional board staff, that you're continuing to talk with DFA about getting funding.
Moving forward on the
Moving
application
forward,
process.
exactly. And because, I mean, that's really what this provision is in place for. That we could, upon, you know, giving 30 days notice on our website, I would sign essentially an exception saying 10 more units, that's fine. 8 more units, that's fine. New commercial development, that's fine. I mean, one of the reasons that we're down here is we recognize that this part of the valley is growing at an unprecedented rate. You've got a lot of disadvantaged communities, communities of color, that really need that growth. They very desperately need that growth. And honestly, there's some capacity to grow there that hasn't been there before, because God knows what the cost of a condo is in LA these days, right? I mean,
Well,
it makes communities like Arvin more attractive to.
Absolutely, and there's a casino coming in just down the road.
Absolutely.
And we're hoping that that will spur on the commercial development in the city of Arvin, for people coming through on their way to the hotel, and help that commercial grow, which is why our request was really focused on allowing these connections with the commercial side of construction to continue, because if we don't have that, you saw the tax numbers, we are extremely
absolutely.
limited.
Absolutely.
And this would be a huge way to generate some revenue for the city, and allow us to continue to move this wastewater treatment plant forward, hopefully with the goal of eventually going to tertiary. I know that's a long ways down the road, but ultimately getting there.
I will say, as kind of a point, if you heard State Board Member Nicole Morgan talk this morning, the biggest push for the state of California with respect to the water quality in the Central Valley these days, from a state level, is pushing the recycling numbers. So I don't know if you folks have seen the water supply strategy for hotter, drier California. If you're ever making a funding application or something to the state, wave that around as much as you can and say, this is what we're trying to do in this community. That is kind of the magic words for advancing state policy under this governor. Not a secret, certainly. But I invite you to comment on that with a couple minutes as we kind of wrap this up. Again, if it's the pleasure of the board, I think that's kind of what we see here. Again, but again, invite comment, and Ms. Rubin, if you want to come too, if you're jumping up there for comment, by all means.
Would you mind if I discuss this with the city manager briefly to get his take on what your proposal is before I make my comment?
Certainly, and we could do a 5-minute recess. Any thoughts?
Let's do the 5-minute recess and we'll reconvene.
Very good, thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, per Patrick's suggestion, I think we're going to allow 2 or 3 minutes for closing statements. First by the city of Arvin.
I think the prosecution team has 5, so
And then,
we'll give Arvin 2 or 3.
yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate the extra little bit of time here. I know that I've already kind of made a closing statement to you and asking some questions, so I'll keep this very brief. The city really appreciates the executive director's suggestion to potentially modify the CDO. The city, once again, would like to make it known and point back to ponds 1, ponds 2, and ponds 4 are all able to hold this affluent, this water. We have 370 acres that is capable of accepting the water. I know and I understand that the city doesn't dispute that some of that is unpermitted land, and the city will diligently work to get that permitted with its contract farmer and with the water board, with the executive director or whoever he points us to bring those lands within the permitted area. But during that time, while we work towards that, the city would request the following CDO, if one be issued, that there be no restrictions until the daily flow hits 1.25. The figures show that the city can handle up to 1.27, no problem. And that's not taking into consideration what the actual percolation rates are. We've used a half percolation rate. So that's a very conservative number. We show that we can use up to a daily flow of 1.27. We ask that no restrictions until 1.25. When we hit a 1.25 flow, the CDO would go into effect, and the city is fine with that. But we would ask for that restriction within the CDO, or that limitation with the CDO that the executive director presented, that commercial developments or small residential developments under 10 units could be provided to the executive director for approval upon 30-day notice. And he shall approve those, assuming that the city is continuing to move forward towards finding a complete remedy to this situation. The city understands that maybe some developments will be larger than 10. And in that case, we would request coming back to the entire board to receive approval on a much larger development. However, the city doesn't anticipate any of those coming in. If they do, we would absolutely come to the board for any type of approval there. So the restriction wouldn't kick in until 1.25 flow, and we'd be able to go to the executive director to get commercial and small residential connections approved. And as long as we can show that we are continuing to move forward, those shall be granted. That's all I have, unless the board has any questions or the executive director has any comments towards my suggestion.
I appreciate the suggestion. Appreciate it. And thank you so much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Prosecution team.
Chair Bradford, members of the board, I had this really nice long closing statement kind of pre-written, but I think Patrick hit a lot of the points I was going to make it. But, you know, staff understands that the city is economically disadvantaged and experiencing hardship. I mean, for us, that's all the more reason to ensure that they have adequate wastewater disposal capacity and storage capacity. We've seen the city's water balance that basically says that they can dispose of 1.27 MGD today. We don't agree with it. There are some conservative assumptions in that water balance, and there are also some that aren't so conservative. The problem is that when we get things from the city, what we get from Apotheo doesn't necessarily match what we get from the engineer, who I think is contracted with Veolia. So we have a hard time trying to figure out what the current capacity is. I don't think that we would propose a limit of 1.27 right now, because I don't know that I can stand here before you and say that I believe they have that kind of capacity. I think it's somewhat less than that. Dr. Jones talked a little bit about, you know, the efforts that have gone on the last couple of years to get rid of the wastewater. The manner in which that was done violates the order. They were basically stacking water. They were over irrigating at rates that exceeded the hydraulic rates that the plants need. Again, it makes it kind of hard for us to evaluate. And given what we believe is their apparent lack of storage, and disposal capacity, we think the CDO is absolutely necessary, because if they don't have the CDO, they're just in compliance with their current order. We also think the connection ban is appropriate in this case, or restriction on connections, not a connection ban. I don't think we have any objections to what Patrick was proposing, though, as far as changes. We also, like I said, have the late revision. It sounds like the city has got those and doesn't disagree with them. Basically changing finding 14 to replace 202 with, I think, 136 or about 140, and then bumping the one date back from July of 2023 to October. So unless the board has any questions, that's pretty much all I got. Or the advisory team.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. My suggestion would be to close the hearing and entertain discussion of the board.
Okay, so I think the hearing is closed unless there's any further comment from the board. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I've heard all of the discussion. As many of you know, I definitely stand in support and concern for the disadvantaged communities. However, the no restrictions for until the 1.25 flow, and the fact that you would like to continue along the path of doing your commercial development, I think those things should have been considered when you were allowing water to, the unpermitted properties to be utilized in the way in which it was. That's a concern to me for a disadvantaged community that's trying to protect the welfare of its community. So I really have some concerns where there's, my first question was, with you being a disadvantaged community, did you have a need for funding? And was that the reason that these unpermitted properties were, were being utilized in an inappropriate way? So I have some real concerns about what I've heard by Arvin today. A little bit disappointed, and the fact that you are asking for this negotiation here, and you didn't do your due diligence. So those are just my comments at this time. I've not made my decision yet.
Good afternoon. I appreciate both sides presenting data and background to all of us to understand better in this case. I, for one, also come from a disadvantaged community, and I fully support disadvantaged community because they do need a lot of help. And however, I do support policies and things being compliance, that nature. That's to protect the community and the people itself. And I really hope that we could come to a medium happy for the better of both parties and moving forward to protect safety and in betterment of the community. So that's all I have to say for now.
Elena, do you have anything? Okay. Yeah, I would like to thank both parties that presented today. I think that was a good discussion. Yeah, basically, I understand the disadvantaged community situation in Arvin, and definitely sympathize with that. I am curious whether the ball has started to roll on the funding requests from the state, and if not, why not? I think the sooner you get the funding application in, the sooner you'll get funding. So I'm kind of curious about that aspect.
And I think with respect to the funding application, it is submitted. I think it's under review for, there's findings in the draft order. There's a 4-component submittal to Department of Division of Financial Assistance. They've made that submittal, and I think the division is now reviewing it for completeness.
Okay, thank you. It's good to know. And in terms of updating the permit, obviously the new land application areas would have to be incorporated in the permit, and the engineers would have to be comfortable with your calculations versus their calculations. So I think that's all part of the permit update process. I don't actually have any reservations about Patrick's proposal to give you some more flexibility on smaller developments and connections for those. In terms of the no restrictions on the 1.25 MGD, again, I have to go with the staff on this, and in the permit revision, you guys can work out the numbers that everybody's comfortable with, and that should go into the new permit. Obviously, the permit's going to have a little greater capacity than your actual flow now, and it would need to in case you do get some new development coming in. So I don't think we should confuse the permitted volumes with your actual volumes. So, you know, those are the only comments I have. I think you guys obviously have done a lot of homework. There's still a few disparities, but unless there's future comments, Elena has some comments, we can move ahead.
My heart goes out to you guys as you guys deal with your multitasking and really just running lean and mean, I understand. But I do share the same concerns as Board Member Kadara has raised. You know, there's 2 different components. One, I really hope that there is more growth in your community, and I understand that, you know, the amendments make sense to me. But on the other hand, it sounds like you have a lot of deferred maintenance. And, you know, when it comes to people's lives, you can't play fast and loose with that. So are you guys ready to make a motion?
Not yet. I just have one clarification point here. So the outdated, out of date, what is that? Sorry.
The permit?
The permit, I'm sorry, yeah, the permit. You say that it was outdated since when?
Well, at least since 2021. So the permit was adopted in 2000 based off of a 1998 report of waste discharge. And I know it was, according to the findings, and I don't think it's been disputed here, in 2021 is when they lost the additional acreage that they could discharge to. And so the true non-compliance started at that point with the permit.
So how much does that kind of permit cost?
How much does which cost?
That permit.
The permit fees are pretty nominal, and I don't think they change based on the threat and complexity of the discharge, even with a new permit.
And how long is that process normally take?
About a couple of years, and that's the duration of the cease and desist order, is to get the permit requirements lined up.
Okay, that's all I have.
And I can make a recommendation if you'd like.
Please.
So my recommendation would actually be to, I do know, you know, there are competing conversations about the 1.27. I think from the evidence provided, they're at best running at the razor's edge with the flows that they have right now. So I think there's some significant dispute about the capacity issues. That said, I do think that, you know, some good arguments have been made, and that's frankly the reason why I would propose to slightly soften the connection ban and propose that it be something that could be done under executive officer signature upon a written submission to the board. There's one other component that I would call out And that's actually number 9. And forgive me, but I'm putting on my board member Abdis hat, who's worked with development projects. And that, it's a component of the order that says the Central Valley Water Board shall, upon finding that the above conditions are no longer being met by discharges, revoke the exception and reimpose a sewage connection restriction. That's a complicated one to do. I think there's, in terms of an exception to the connection ban restriction, I know that if I was a developer coming into a community with a casino project, I'd like some assurance that a written exception from the executive officer would be good enough to build on. So I would actually propose removing that, along with making some changes to number 7 and number 8 that would allow the executive officer to make those exceptions upon a showing of due diligence, progress towards fixing pond 3 and submitting a revised water balance and report of waste discharge. With that, I truly kind of, I make that a comment just because I do know that I'd like this community to grow, to succeed, and I do think they've made a plausible case that they're close to compliance, if not in compliance. I just, as you mentioned, Chair Bradford, I think it's for the permit writers and the prosecution team and the city to get together and figure out what that water balance really looks like and put some sharp bookends on that. So again, we're not growing hemp out there, we're growing alfalfa. If there needs to be 2 cuttings per year, we do 2 cuttings per year and put it in there as a permit term. So that would be my proposal. I think Jessica has some language for 7 and 8 that would allow that to happen if it be the will of the board.
So are we gonna make a motion?
I just had one more question. The no restrictions requirement, how did you say we were gonna be addressing that?
So we would have the connection ban be imposed by the cease and desist order, but if the discharger had, and there are exceptions for stuff that's already had a building permit, that can obviously move forward.
Yes.
For additional projects that they may be proposing, the casino, additional housing within the community, they would submit a written request to the executive officer saying, we're moving ahead, we're showing due diligence, we've talked to DFA, the funding's gonna get released next month, we're gonna fix the pond, all that type of stuff. And then I would sign an exception to the connection restriction saying this commercial development can proceed. There's an exception to the connection ban based on that. And then with the removal of provision 9, they'd be good to start the building permitting process and construction of that facility.
So just for clarification, so this is an action item, right?
Absolutely.
But pending on revising a few things in here. So does that mean we're gonna make a motion? Are we gonna be postpone the motion? Or what are we doing?
It would be making a motion here today for the cease and desist order with amendments.
Okay.
And Patrick, for clarification, it's amendments to 7, 8, and 9, or is it 7, 8, and 9? Or 10?
7 and 8 and removal of 9, and I think there's one other with the date pushing back from July to October. I believe that's provision 2.
Yeah, it would include the late revisions proposed by the prosecution team as well.
So that's the 2.
But with that, yeah, I'm in agreement with that proposal. And so when we vote, we'd vote on the cease and desist order to be amended. Is that?
Yeah, vote on the cease and desist order with late amendments as described by staff. And I think, Jessica, if you could read those for 7 and 8 into the record.
So for 7, the first sentence would say the Central Valley Water Board's executive officer. So just add in executive officer. And then 8 would become requests for exemptions to the sewage connection restriction shall be submitted in writing to the executive officer and include justification for the exception request. The executive officer shall provide an opportunity for public review of the exception request prior to making a determination on approval or disapproval of the request. Interested persons may request the Central Valley Water Board review the determination made by the executive officer. I will note that this would be for all projects, so there's no limitation on commercial or residential.
Good. Well, with that, I think we are ready for a motion to approve the CDO with amendments to items 7 and 8, as Jessica just outlined, and deletion of item 9.
I move.
And the late revisions.
And the late revisions, sorry.
I move the motion.
Sean
I'll
has
second.
moved. Elena has seconded. Mindy, could you take the vote?
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Kadara,
I'll say yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Chair Bradford.
Yes. Okay, we got there. Thank you all. You have anything else, Patrick?
Again, I really want to thank the city and the prosecution team, and certainly hope that I'll be hearing from you from here on out, and that we can move and within a couple years get a new permit out there, and hopefully you've got a casino included in that permit. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all. Which one? Sounds like I'm making some progress, though.
Yeah, I understand
And as long as I keep meeting with the staff and trying, I mean, this could come back in front of us 6 months. If we done it.
Yeah, but like the economy part is the US.
Good question, Sean. Good questions.
I'm glad to know that we have a client for the funding.
Yeah, that was the other.
I didn't want to hear that.
I think we got this.
That was the other.
Yeah, I understand the point. Yeah, I don't know if they feel like they just got a win or.
Yeah, they do.
They kind of got what they asked for.
Yeah, the casinos, that's it.
He said up the road. I wonder where that is.
Oh, it's probably away.
Alex is gonna give the short form.
You're up, Alex.
You know what to do.
Yes, I will do my best.
Thank you. This is,
Take your time.
Bob, are we on now?
Denise's chance, right? Yes. All right, we're gonna turn and burn.
Okay.
We'll whip through it.
All right.
Are we recording now?
If we're ready to go, I'll go ahead and get started.
Let's do it.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Bradford and members of the board. I'm Alex Olson, a supervising geologist in the Fresno office. And the oil
Presentation up,
fields-
Gene, if you could.
And the oil fields program manager.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure which presentation.
Agenda item number 15, April board meeting.
Okay, it'll be right up.
I say keep it rolling.
You got it. So this information item today will provide an overview of the oil field activities in the Central Valley with a focus on the southern portion of the valley. I will provide a summary of the program and the work that has been conducted by staff. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So formation water produced with oil, also known as produced wastewater or produced water, is the primary waste product generated during oil production activities. Produced water is often high in salts and boron and can contain minor amounts of organic compounds. These constituents can have negative impacts on potential beneficial use waters in human health. In 2022, approximately 93 million barrels of oil and 1.8 billion barrels of produced water were generated in the southern portion of the Central Valley. This amount of produced water generated is approximately 174,000 acre feet, or roughly enough water to fill over 85,000 Olympic swimming pools. Next slide, please. In 2013, there were only 2 to 3 staff assigned to deal with produced water disposal. Currently, we have 23 program staff that regulate produced wastewater disposal and reuse, or discharges to land and ponds, underground injection control, or UIC, and well stimulation practices, also known as SB4. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This photo is of an unlined pond, disposal pond in the Deer Creek oil field. The tanks in the background are used to separate the oil from the produced water before it is sent to the pond for disposal. Ponds are required to be netted as shown when residual oil is present on the pond surface to protect wildlife. There are 4 dedicated staff assigned to this work. That work is overseen by Senior Engineering Geologist Rebecca Asami. Next slide, please. Staff's primary work activities consist of reviewing applications for enrollment under the general orders or waste discharge requirements, reviewing and providing oversight of pond closures, reviewing case files for compliance. Additionally, staff will respond to spill reports produced by the Governor's Office of Emergency Services for spills within the oil fields. Staff work with the reporting parties and sister agencies to make sure that the spills are cleaned up and any impacts mitigated. Next slide, please. In 2014, the Central Valley Water Board began a reevaluation of its oil field program, particularly with respect to discharges to land. The evaluation included research and inspection of all known discharges to ponds, including creating an inventory of the number of ponds and facilities. Orders pursuant to 13267 and orders pursuant to California Water Code Section 13304 were issued to the dischargers requiring information regarding the discharges be provided and getting the information needed to either close the facilities or get the permits that they are under up to date. Next, please. Staff provide regulatory oversight for 343 facilities with a total of 1,381 ponds. Most of the facilities are in Kern County on the western and eastern edges of the valley, with many of the larger facilities located along the western edge. This map shows the locations of the facilities and the corresponding oil field administrative boundaries shaded there in yellow. Next, please. There are 93 active facilities, the blue dots on this map, that are currently discharging produced water to ponds, and 149 inactive facilities, the red dots on the map. Staff's efforts are focused on bringing the active facilities from largest to smallest into compliance, and when resources allow, working with operators to close the inactive facilities. Next. There are 55 facilities, the orange triangle shown, that are in the process of closing their ponds, and 46 facilities, the green triangles on this map, where closure work has been completed. Typical closure work consists of emptying the ponds of any free fluid, assessing the pond bottoms and berms to identify any impacted material, removing the impacted material, then backfilling the ponds with clean soil, and finally grading the surface to prevent ponding and infiltration. Next, please. On April 6, 2017, the Central Valley Water Board adopted 3 general orders for produced water discharges to land. The general orders were prepared to provide regulatory coverage for existing facilities that began discharging produced water to ponds prior to November 2014. General Order 1 provides coverage for those facilities where the quality of the produced water meets the oil field discharge salinity limits for electrical conductivity, chloride, and boron in the Tulare Lake Basin Plan. Next, please. General Order 2 provides coverage for facilities with produced water that does not meet the limits in the Basin Plan, but due to site-specific conditions will not substantially affect water quality nor cause a violation of water quality objectives in the groundwater beneath the facility. Next, please. General Order 3 provides coverage for facilities with produced water that does not meet the limits specified in the basin plan, but either groundwater is absent beneath the facility or first encountered groundwater is of poor quality and does not support beneficial use as identified in the basin plan. For those sites where first encountered water is of poor quality and it has been demonstrated that the current basin plan beneficial uses are eligible for de-designation, dischargers are given a timeline of 5 years to implement the basin plan amendment process. Next, please. To date, staff have enrolled 8 facilities under General Order 2 and 38 facilities under General Order 3. At this time, there are no facilities enrolled under General Order 1. 67 facilities are operating under individual waste discharge requirements, or WDRs. Many of these WDRs date back to the late 1950s and 1960s. Staff are working with the operators of these facilities to enroll the facilities under one of the general orders, amending the WDRs, or closing the facility. 6 facilities have individual WDRs that allow the use of produced water for irrigation. Additionally, 7 facilities were closed and issued post-closure WDRs. These facilities consisted of many ponds and require ongoing monitoring of groundwater and maintenance of the cover. Next, please. Staff have issued 3 cease and desist orders. Additionally, 50 cleanup and abatement orders were sent to operators requiring that their facilities be enrolled under one of the general orders or that the ponds be closed. Board staff are also currently working through the progressive enforcement process for several operators currently not in compliance. Next, please. So oil field produced water that is of high quality may be used for irrigation. The water districts that use the water include the Coelho Water District, the North Kern Water Storage District, Kern-Tulare Water District, the Jasmine Ranches Mutual Water Company in Sherwood Hills. The water districts and the oil producers are listed as co-dischargers on each WDR adopted. Currently, approximately 95,000 acres of cropland are irrigated with produced water. When additional water is available or not being used for irrigation, it is either stored or used for groundwater recharge. Next, please. Next one, please. Formation water produced with oil may be injected into the subsurface, often back into the geologic formations which it originated. The oil is removed from the produced water, and then the produced water is injected for either disposal or enhanced oil recovery. There are approximately 870 active UIC projects in the state, consisting over 55,000 injection wells. Approximately 550 of the active UIC projects are located within the Central Valley. There are 10 dedicated staff assigned to UIC work. This work is overseen by Senior Engineering Geologist, Dr. Jill Glerter. Next, please. As shown in this diagram, water flooding is a process used to inject water into an oil-bearing reservoir for displacing, or also known as sweeping, the oil towards nearby production wells. In water flooding, water is injected into one or more injection wells, while the oil is produced from the surrounding producing wells. Next, please. In steam flooding, steam is injected into an oil-bearing reservoir through an injection well. As the injected steam comes into contact with the oil, it transfers heat to the oil, reducing the viscosity of the oil and making it more mobile. Steam is injected into one or more injection wells while the oil is produced from surrounding producing wells. Next, please. Cyclic steam injection, also known as huff and puff, is the alternating injection of steam and production of oil from the same well. Steam is injected into a well, and the same well is subsequently put back on production. As the diagram shows, the cyclic steam process includes 3 stages. The first stage is injection. The second stage, known as the soak period, requires that the well be shut in for a period of time to allow uniform heat distribution to reduce the viscosity of the oil. Finally, during the third stage, the now mobile oil and the injected fluids are produced through the same well. Unlike disposal, water flood, and steam flood injection, the area of the reservoir influenced by cyclic steam injection is relatively small, often in the tens of feet. In cyclic steam injection, the purpose of the injected steam is not to push or drive the oil to nearby offset production wells, but to condition the reservoir near the wellbore for when the well is placed back on production during the third stage of the cycle. Next, please. Staff's primary activities include review and commenting on proposed aquifer exemption applications, review UIC applications. When evidence that injected fluids may have migrated outside an approved exempted aquifer oil field boundary, staff may also issue reporting orders in accordance with California Water Code Section 13267, requiring that technical information regarding their activities and, if needed, assessments be done to identify any potential impacts to beneficial use water. Well integrity testing requirements are included in each permit or project approval letter issued by CalGEM. And when notified by CalGEM that an injection well has failed its mechanical integrity testing, staff work in collaboration with CalGEM to evaluate if the failure led to potential impacts to beneficial use waters and any impacts, if identified, mitigated. Next one, please. In 1982, the US EPA granted CalGEM primacy to oversee Class II oil and gas related injection in California. Class II injection consists of injecting oil field produced water into the subsurface for either enhanced oil recovery or disposal. In accordance with the memorandum of agreement between the two agencies, the water boards, state water board and regional water boards, work closely to implement the program with CalGEM. CalGEM is the lead permitting agency and issues all the permits related to UIC. Next, please. An aquifer exemption proposal must meet both federal and state criteria. An approved aquifer exemption does not allow operators to begin injection. To begin injection, operators must complete the UIC permitting process. CalGEM and the water boards collaborate in an in-depth technical review and a public process, including a hearing and comment period. The state water board is the lead water board agency overseeing the review process with input and collaboration from the regional board. The state board issues a final concurrence letter to CalGEM before the package is sent to US EPA for review. The US EPA then approves or rejects the aquifer exemption proposal. If the water boards do not agree with an exemption proposal, water board staff will work with CalGEM to ensure that injection does not occur in those aquifers. Next, please. Proposed UIC projects must meet state criteria. A UIC project can include a single well or hundreds of wells. A 2018 revised memorandum of agreement includes a comprehensive checklist that operators use to complete their UIC applications. The checklist summarizes the minimum information needed by the water boards and CalGEM to review an application. Staff review the applications and identify missing items, questions, and concerns for the operators and/or CalGEM to address. If an application meets requirements and staff's concerns are addressed, staff send CalGEM their no objection letter concurring with the proposed project. CalGEM then issues a project approval letter that includes specific operational, regulatory, and reporting criteria for each UIC project. Injection may only begin once the operators receive the project approval letter. Next, please. To date, board staff have reviewed a total of 24 aquifer exemption packages, 19 of which have been approved by US EPA, and 5 are still under review by the water boards and CalGEM. Next, please. Staff have reviewed 108 UIC applications and an additional 96 UIC applications for non-expansion projects. A UIC application may be submitted for a new UIC project, an expansion of an existing UIC project, or for a project-by-project review. For each of these applications, a project approval letter will be issued by CalGEM. A non-expansion UIC project is a project where the operator is proposing changes to an existing UIC project, and those changes would not require that a new project approval letter be issued. These changes typically include replacing existing injection wells with new wells, or converting existing oil production wells to injection. As part of the review process, staff may require that monitoring be conducted to ensure that the injected fluids stay within the approved injection zone. Monitoring may include pressure observations, temperature surveys, and groundwater quality monitoring. Staff work with CalGEM to include the monitoring in the project approval letters. There are currently 41 UIC projects that require monitoring. The project approval letters require that the monitoring be conducted in accordance with an approved monitoring plan, and that the monitoring data and evaluations be submitted to CalGEM and the Central Valley Water Board. Next, please. Studies conducted by the United States Geological Survey as part of the State Water Board's Regional Groundwater Monitoring Program demonstrated that oil field produced water had potentially migrated outside the oil field administrative boundaries and impacted beneficial use waters. In response to these studies, board staff sent out 6 orders pursuant to Water Code Section 13267, requiring 5 oil field operators to perform groundwater investigations of injection activities conducted in the Tulare Formation in the Elk Hills, Lost Hills, and Belridge oil fields. Additionally, staff are providing regulatory oversight of an injection well that failed its mechanical integrity testing due to a hole in the well's casing. Staff worked with CalGEM to ensure the well was remediated and is working with the operator to conduct groundwater monitoring and reporting near this injection well. Next, please. Go ahead and do the next one too, please, Gene. Thank you. Well stimulation treatments have occurred for decades, predominantly in the southern San Joaquin Valley. Since 2015, it has occurred primarily in Kern County. Well stimulation activities include, but are not limited to, hydraulic fracturing and acid well stimulation. Board staff's primary focus is on hydraulic fracturing. Hydraulic fracturing uses high pressure to inject a fluid mixture that consists of gels and sands into a geologic formation to increase oil production. Depths of well stimulations in California range from about 600 to over 13,000 feet below ground, and the water present in the formations being fractured is of poor quality. The main geologic formation that undergoes hydraulic fracturing is known as the diatomite. This formation consists of organisms known as diatoms that accumulated on top of marine sediments that were then compacted and cemented together. The diatomite has a large amount of pore space where hydrocarbon fluids are present, but these pore spaces are not connected. Therefore, hydraulic fracturing is used to connect the pore spaces and allow the hydrocarbon fluids to flow towards production wells. As the picture here shows, hydraulic fracturing can be done in vertical and horizontal wells. Most wells that are used for hydraulic fracturing in Kern County are vertical wells. Next, please. Senate Bill 4 was passed in September of 2013, setting the framework for regulation of well stimulation treatments. As required by Senate Bill 4, the water boards developed groundwater monitoring requirements known as the model criteria in 2015. These criteria were adopted by the State Water Board and outline the requirements for operator monitoring and the regional monitoring program. As of July 2015, for any well or wells to be stimulated, a groundwater monitoring plan must be submitted to the State Water Board that follows the requirements under the model criteria. Where an operator can clearly show that protected water is not present, then an exclusion from groundwater monitoring may be granted. Next, please. In collaboration with State Water Board staff review and comment on proposed well stimulation applications. The well stimulation, or also known as the SB4 unit, consists of 5 dedicated staff overseen by Senior Engineering Geologist Mike Pfister. To date, board staff have worked closely with State Water Board and CalGEM to review and provide comments on 586 well stimulation permit applications. In addition, staff have reviewed and provided comments on a total of 87 groundwater monitoring plans, 122 groundwater monitoring reports, and 28 groundwater monitoring exclusion proposals. Next slide, please. In December of 2022, the board adopted the Racial Equity Resolution. In alignment with the priorities and goals of the Racial Equity Resolution, program staff will begin an increased focus on oil field sites that have the potential to affect MUN-designated portions of the aquifer and increase collaboration with the State Air Board and CalGEM on priority sites that may be affecting disproportionately burdened BIPOC communities. Program staff will create an inventory list to assess which sites are located near these communities and use the inventory list and associated CalEnviroscreen scores to identify sites for program work prioritization. In addition, once priority sites have been identified, program staff will then begin planning for potential outreach meetings with communities near these sites to provide information regarding work being performed as part of the oil field program. Next, please. This concludes this informational item. I would now like to take our remaining time to answer any questions. Thank you.
We will definitely be providing this presentation to the board because it took me months and months to understand what Alex just explained in a couple minutes here. Really, congratulations on setting up this, on helping to set up this program and your continued oversight of it. I think the number that does jump out is, you know, when I was originally assigned to the board, there was maybe one guy in Clay in his extra hours who was looking at oil field operations. And now Alex oversees a pretty large team that's doing all this work, and it's truly exceptional work. And you know, great people attract great people. He's got a lot of good staff working under him these days.
It struck me you have a adequate staff maybe, but for all of the work that you're doing, it seems like you guys are probably busier than the one-arm painter. So you guys. It's very interesting, especially the injection presentation. I wasn't aware of those different options that different producers use to keep these wells moving. So thank you. I look forward to getting a copy of that presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I have two quick questions?
Sure.
One, thank you, Alex. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and showing us the tour yesterday. First question. Is there any long-term environment or the injection of this, the material or the steam and condensed water to the ground have a long-term effect, a harm of the environment?
The water that's injected is put into exempted aquifers that allow for the injection. So as long as that water is staying within those approved injection zones, which we look for when we review these applications, there's no threat to beneficial use waters.
Okay, and second question, you know, there's 10,000 plus acre of the well pump field. So there's a lot of pumps out there. Is there any sort of, I would say it's profit sharing that goes to the residents in the county?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just had one quick question, Alex.
Yes.
And thank you for the tour yesterday. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You mentioned the program priorities and focusing on the disadvantaged communities.
That is correct.
And so I'm curious as to identifying where those high priority areas might be.
Right now, we're in the process, and part of the maps you saw today are that process of finding out where visually our facilities are located. So then we can pair that up with the CalEnviroscreen scores to kind of come up with this inventory list to kind of come up with a ranking system where the high priority sites would be that would, we would first focus our efforts on.
Okay, have you had any inquiries or concerns from residents, in any of these areas that might give you any indication of?
In my brief time with the program, no, I have not.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had one question. I didn't realize there's still fracking going on in California. Wasn't there a ban on that or not?
For the last couple years, we have not received or reviewed any well stimulation applications from CalGEM.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Anything else? Again, thanks a lot, Alex. Thanks for waiting around till the end of the day as well.
Thank you. Thank
Have
you
a
all for your
safe
time.
trip. Yeah, thank you. I think we're.
Unless there's any comments?
Yeah,
Or
more comments?
Do we have any interested persons?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Aren't-
nobody.
Aren't too many persons left here, so. Okay, thank you.
I'll just say I appreciate the staff. You guys are always hanging in here until the very last minute, and you still give off a great presentation and educate the board. So we thank you for what you always do.
And I just want to say that I had a great time down here in Bakersfield with the tour and the whole meeting with the new staff and so forth, and really appreciate it. And I enjoyed it very much so. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to just give a thanks to my staff that came with me down from Fresno that have been sitting back there all day. Just thank you to them to come and be a part of this today.
Thank you.
Alex, can you also express thank you to the staff who came out just to drive us and drive back to Fresno immediately?
Will do. I think donuts are in the future.
No, step stool for the big trucks.
I will make sure that's on the list.
Okay, do we need to have a motion to adjourn or just go ahead and adjourn?
Our next meeting?
No motion to adjourn. Our next meeting is June 22nd and 23rd in Rancho Cordova, hopefully in our newly tech upgraded boardroom.
Yeah, that's good news. Yeah, we're kind of getting spoiled in this fancy place, so. Thanks, Patrick.
Have a good weekend.
We're adjourned.
Okay, I will end the meeting and stream. Goodbye, everybody.
June 22nd, yeah.
Thanks, Jane.